We live. Oh, okay. All right. Welcome, everyone. My name is Brandon Brown. I am chair of the Civilian Police Review Board, and I'm going to call this meeting to order at 9:16 a.m. I will begin with a roll call. Brandon Brown here. Kenneth Mountcastle here. Diana Saganovich here. David Gatton here. Shanoa Miller. Edwin Moore. Ed told me he's on the way. Glenn Parker III. He's not going to be joining us today because he's under the weather. And Billy Sharp here. Waverly Willis here. All right. So with that, we are going to there's some things I want to address about the agenda in particular, so I'll do that now. So under new business, we have chair and vice chair nominations. We're actually going to hold off on those until the August meeting. Generally, we do the nominations the meeting beforehand. It was our understanding for a while that that was a requirement. We've come to a new understanding that that is actually not the requirement, and that we can make the nominations and have the elections on the same day. So we're going to do that in August. There are some other things we need to work out, and I want to give people time to consider and things like that. So we'll move that to August unless anybody has any objections. We'll move that over to August. Okay, hearing none. I also want to remind the board to sign the acknowledgement that's in SharePoint once you guys complete your case review. We need to do that so that we have an accurate record of everyone who has reviewed all of the cases. So make sure that you're signing that. Otherwise, we don't really have any sort of affiant record who reviewed all the cases before our meeting. So please make sure you're doing that. And yeah, I'll save the rest for later because those aren't agenda issues. Okay, so now I will move into the approval of the minutes. First, the June 5th meeting minutes. Does anyone have any changes to the minutes that they'd like to propose? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to approve the meeting minutes.
Motion to approve the June 5th meeting minutes.
All right, we have a motion to approve the June 5th meeting minutes. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by member Saganovich. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. Okay, June 9th meeting minutes. This was our general meeting. Does anyone have any suggested changes to the June 9th meeting minutes? Okay, hearing none, I will now entertain a motion to approve the June 9th meeting minutes.
Motion to approve the June 9th meeting minutes.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the June 9th meeting minutes. Can I get a second?
A second.
Seconded by member Willis. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain. I was not present at the meeting.
All right, one abstention from member Gatton. That motion carries. All right. So with that, we will move into public comment. And do we have anyone here for public comment? Yes. No. Okay. All right. I see officer commendations here. Do we have something here specifically? And let the record reflect that member Ed Moore has joined us. Well, appreciate it. Okay, while we're pulling that up, I'm gonna The next item on the agenda is a CPRB training. So as most of you know, if you've been kind of following meetings, is that from time to time we have trainings as a part of our meetings. These are generally public, and I think it's a good way to make sure that we are always sharpening our sword. So this is also an excellent opportunity for us to, or for me to introduce you to our new OPS administrator, Jeff Wininger. Jeff is a Kent, Ohio native with over 30 years of law enforcement experience. He spent most of his time working with the LAPD, leading use of force investigations and commanding various investigative bodies. He's run offices similar to OPS out in LA and has done countless investigations into alleged officer misconduct. Jeff is a unique blend of experience and aspiration, having literally written a book on police reform. In the past, he has focused on police use of force, crowd management, school safety, and developing trust in our community. He is a court-recognized use of force expert, having overseen more than 700 cases, trials, and administrative hearings. He earned a number of prestigious commendations throughout his career, including the LAPD Medal of Valor, Police Star Meritorious Unit Citation, and Certificate of Merit. Mr. Wininger has earned his degrees in sociology, psychology, and criminal justice. In recent years, Jeff has served as a consultant, focusing on his mission to elevate policing through data-driven insights, accountability, and insightful strategies. I am hopeful that this city will soon see what I have already seen, and that is that Mr. Wininger is not only a visionary, but a pragmatist and a workhorse. I have zero doubt that he will serve the people of Cleveland well. Welcome to the city of Cleveland, Mr. Wininger. And with that, before I turn it over to you for the training, is there, you found it? Okay. You can come back to it after the fact. That's okay. Okay. With that, I will now turn it over to you.
I'd like to first thank you, the board, for giving me this opportunity to serve the residents of Cleveland, as well as the Division of Police and you as a board, ensuring that we are providing thorough, accurate, and complete investigations so you can do your job properly in the adjudication of these complaints to ensure the most appropriate outcome. That being said, I'd also like to thank Jessica as well as Mary in our office who assisted me in putting together this PowerPoint, because I can't say that that is my wheelhouse of strengths. That being said, I'd like to take this as an opportunity to kind of share my philosophy that I bring to the table from my experience. And it's a philosophy that is a shared philosophy. If you go ahead, Jessica, because it's focused on accountability. So we're talking about our framework that we have here. We have the community where we want to give them a voice, because it's ultimately about them having the opportunity to feel empowered in how they are policed and have a say in how they are treated. OPS I see as a conduit to investigate citizen complaints of police misconduct, wherein we do thorough, accurate, and complete investigations and provide the board with the information that they need in order to properly adjudicate. And it's not just about the adjudication. I want to look at this as an opportunity to serve the public, where we're not just having outcomes, but we as an office at OPS are finding ways that we can provide them resources to solve some of their problems. So if their complaint comes from a result of an officer damaging some of their personal property, that we direct them to the proper resource for claims for damages, those sorts of things. So they feel like they're not only being heard, but in a timely manner, we're providing them the resources on the front end of the complaint where we can start helping to satisfy some of the damage that's been done to them. And then ultimately, it goes to the board. The board as an independent oversight civilian entity that is going to build accountability within the police department so we can build the trust and legitimacy that's necessary for the citizens of the city of Cleveland. Well, ultimately, the way we achieve that is we have to balance these triangles. So the way I look at it is, yes, we are a civilian oversight entity. However, the citizens are not our only stakeholders. We have responsibilities to everybody that's going to be impacted by what it is we do. And that first and foremost is the public. We have to build that public trust. But we also have to build that trust and legitimacy with the employees in which we're investigating, as well as the department that they work for. The system that we put into place, there has got to be trust and legitimacy for all of our stakeholders for us to be able to achieve that. And how do we achieve that? Consistency and fairness and clear expectations. Now, oftentimes people conflate consistency and fairness. Consistency is essentially, if there's misconduct, it's misconduct regardless of rank. So bad behavior is bad behavior regardless of your rank, whether you're a police officer, you're a captain, or your command staff. Fairness is where we have to acknowledge that every single case is unique in its circumstances. And our investigations that we're providing to the board to evaluate have to make it clear what are the specific circumstances that actually led to that misconduct. Because no two cases, although the same misconduct may have occurred, will perhaps have the same outcome. The discipline may be different. So it's very important that we understand that. And then it has to be clear expectations. Clear expectations are what the citizens can expect from us, clear expectations on what the employees of the police department, as well as their executive staff can expect from us. And when you have clear and concise expectations, then we are able to achieve what it is we're ultimately trying to achieve, because we're building what I keep going back to referring to is that trust and legitimacy that is important. So, the police department, as well as this kind of speaks to the consistency I was talking about. We hold every employee equally accountable for unacceptable behavior. Unacceptable behavior for one is unacceptable for all. And this speaks to the fairness, what I spoke about. Two members accused of the same misconduct, consequences for one may be different than the other. And that's our responsibility to provide you with that context. And then it will go into the expectation. And just clear to communicate decisions and apply them consistently. You gain the confidence. And we make sure that we have a principled, not arbitrary outcomes. So, as an administrator, I focus on four things primarily. First and foremost, it's efficiency optimization. That's the systems that we're using. How efficient are they? The next thing is employee wellness and transparency. And then what I keep referring to is the trust and legitimacy. This is going to speak to the efficiency. Currently at OPS, this is our workflow. So we have a complaint, it goes to intake. Then the general manager, who puts it into the databases, goes to senior investigator, who then will assign it to an investigator, goes back to the senior investigator to review, and then it comes to the administrator for final approval before it comes to the board. And after reviewing that, I have a proposed work plan flow in regards to how we will process the complaint through our office. So initially, you'll have the intake and it goes to general manager. Those first two steps are the same. And then it will go to a senior investigator. What I'm showing here is if we're fully staffed, because we are fully staffed, we would have 3 senior investigators. And the way I'd have it broken down is I have 3 separate areas. The first one would be a senior investigator that would oversee the initial review and would assign it to a preliminary investigator. That preliminary investigator's responsibility is to look at that investigation and determine what exactly is needed to have a complete package to review all of the evidence and the documents that are necessary to have an outcome appropriate for the allegations that are being made by the complainant. When that's done, it will then go to the next senior investigator, who will then assign it to the primary investigator. That primary investigator will do the actual investigation, will go through everything, conduct the interviews, and get us to the point where we're starting then to consider, how is this best to be adjudicated? What does the preponderance of the evidence suggest should be done? Then it goes to the senior investigator in charge of the adjudication of the case. The adjudicator will look at it, determine what the preponderance of evidence suggests occurred, and make appropriate recommendations to the board. And then, and only then, does it come to me as the administrator. So what does this do? This accomplishes a number of different things for us. First and foremost, we have 3 separate, distinct phases of the process. And we have a senior investigator that would be assigned to each one of those processes, as well as the investigators would work that specific section, to learn that section, to understand that section thoroughly. It gives me additional eyes and sight by supervisors, where I'm going to have 3 separate supervisors viewing that case at the various levels. So when it comes to me, there's a higher probability that it's going to be thorough, accurate, and complete, which is the expectation that I have when it comes to my desk. And then ultimately, what it does is it improves on our best practices. The best practice is that when you have an investigator, their role is primarily and solely as fact finder. Find the facts to the case. I really don't care what your thoughts are, whether the case is unfounded or sustained. That is not your purview. You are a fact finder. If you start thinking in that realm, then consciously or unconsciously, we go down rabbit holes, or we may avoid or not pay attention to evidence that may have a theme different than what we believe occurred. So we want to separate and bifurcate the investigation from the adjudication. So what we're going to have then is the adjudication investigator that had nothing to do with the investigation, who's looking at it with a fresh set of eyes, saying, does this make sense? Are there any holes relative to questions that I have looking at this in order to determine the best outcome? So those are the 3 things that you benefit. It's really an employee developmental practice where you would rotate the people from the various sections, and they will get a better understanding of the entire process and hopefully become masters of all, so then we can put it all together. Because the reality is this: regardless of who you are in the office, and that includes me, you're only as strong as your weakest link. And there are things about in the office that I'm the weakest link. And there's things in the office that I'm the strongest link. And it goes from top to bottom. That's the same thing. So we're trying to take this from working your cubicle as yourself as an investigator, to opening this up to having different insights and perspectives brought to you. So that'll impact the quality of the investigation. So in adjudicating complaints, there's 2 distinct things. First, you have to determine whether there was misconduct. And that's by the preponderance of evidence. You look at the standard of review that you apply it to, and you determine whether there's misconduct. And then secondly, you have to determine what is the most appropriate penalty if misconduct is found to have occurred. So in reviewing the OPS manual, what we're doing now is what we have listed on the right side are what actually are the categories of complaints. But our manual requires that we classify them, as well as each one have an identified allegation. So right now we're doing what's on the right, but what I'm proposing that we do to make the investigations more clear and concise and gives the investigator more direction, well, that we will frame the allegations. So you will have, say, unprofessional behavior and conduct. So we would frame an allegation based on the statements of the complainant. The complainant alleged that on such a date, while on duty, police officer so-and-so engaged in unprofessional behavior conduct when he told her to talk to the hand. That's a specific allegation. We frame that allegation, and that's what we're investigating. And then we have a second example. And the reason I use 2 examples is because you can have that umbrella of unprofessional behavior or conduct as a classification, but have more than one allegation relative to that classification. So there we have is same thing under unprofessional behavior and conduct, but he said, I don't have time for your nonsense. So we have a specifically framed allegation that the investigator can focus on, and the board, when they're adjudicating, can evaluate relative to a finding, rather than having it more arbitrary and having it antiquated, where oftentimes it's not specifically stated, or perhaps allegations are actually lost in the investigation when you evaluate and listen to the initial complaints, allegations, and then what we ultimately have. And it's important that we make the allegations in their words, not in ours. We don't interpret it. We can't say things in the allegation that weren't basically said by the complainant. Now, this doesn't prevent us from identifying something that may fall, and that's what we need to separate as well. Because currently, we have about 8 or 9% of our cases are sustained. When I say that, I mean citizen complaints. That's how we track it. The concern is that may not necessarily be accurate, because we may have the allegations that were made by the citizen come back as unfounded. However, we sustain a complaint for the WCS. So that comes back as a sustained complaint, but is it actually a sustained citizen complaint? It isn't. It's a sustained complaint based on something we identified during the investigation. We need to be able to delineate between those two, and we need to capture that data so we can properly report it. So I would suggest our sustained citizen complaints are actually lower than we believe them to be. Can we go back to that?
So, I mean, I think it's an excellent idea to have the allegations specifically laid out in this way. This is something that we've been working on with our findings letters to include this level of specificity. So including it on the front end for the allegations themselves makes sense. My only concern is that I think currently, and board members, if you feel differently, let me know. I think currently, if we were to come across something like this, and I get this is just one example, but if we were to come across an officer who as we call it now, the allegation or the classification would be unprofessional behavior, right? As a board, we would generally look at the totality of everything that happened. So we'd look at the fact that you said talk to the hand and I don't have time for your nonsense, kind of group them together under one kind of allegation / classification and say your behavior was unprofessional because you did these 2 or 3 things. And then we may sustain that and assign a group level to that conduct. Would this method require us to now assign a group level to each one of these allegations separately? Does that question make sense?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
No, it wouldn't necessarily.
Okay.
Because when you look at this, you're going to look at whether the misconduct occurred. And remember, the one thing that you don't do, you never mitigate misconduct. Misconduct either occurred or didn't occur at the standard of preponderance of the evidence. But what you can mitigate is the penalty. And that's incumbent upon us as the investigators to give you the context so you understand these specific circumstances in which perhaps brought this misconduct to occur. So then in doing that, just because you have more than one allegation, it doesn't, I'm going to get into that a little later on how we determine what's the most appropriate discipline. It wouldn't affect, essentially, if we did a case study on this and took a case to adjudicate it as it's currently done, and then we did it with this, the outcome, the penalty would be the exact same.
Okay.
It wouldn't change, in essence.
Okay.
It just makes it clear to the complainant that they've been thoroughly heard and understood, and that their specific allegations have been addressed. Makes it clear to the officer what was alleged against them. Makes it clear to the investigator what it is they're looking for. But that doesn't mean that they're not maintaining an open mind to anything else that may come to our attention that would come up and meet the criteria of any other type of offense.
I guess it's a very similar question. I look at this, and today or in the past, we would typically say there's an allegation of unprofessional behavior. He said, talk to the hand. He said, I don't have time for your nonsense. And then we would, as a body here, we would vote, probably in that specific, we would say that was unprofessional behavior, general, right? In a specific case, we might have 10 of those. I told you to talk to the hand. I don't have time for your nonsense. Shut up. I told you to shut up. What part don't you understand? Are you stupid? You know, I mean, we could end up in a paragraph with 10 allegations for every single thing that the unprofessional officer in this case said. So my question is that how you are presenting is going to be presented to us, that we'll need to say, yep, allegation 1 was unprofessional. Allegation 2 was unprofessional. Allegation 3, he was kind of stating a fact about something. Oh, 4, 5, 6. Right now, we just have 1 allegation, unprofessional behavior. So that's my misunderstanding. Entities, which is good. Or more.
Right. I understand. So if you're talking about statements that are made, you can handle it in 1 allegations where you'd state 1 allegation, and then in the adjudication, you would identify that these other things were said, and they also fall in that same category. So you could adjudicate it under one allegation. But see, what we want to make sure we're not doing is there's oftentimes a case where you have allegations and some of them are sustained and some are not. But then we sustain the category. And it's not doing justice to the officer, because some of the stuff may be true, some of it may not be. And we need to make sure that they understand. It has to be really clear. And because I've seen a number of cases that I've reviewed already that we have that occur, that this did occur, yes, we'll sustain this, but this never occurred. And so it's unfounded. But then to say that under that umbrella, we're sustaining it, it gives the impression that the officer was guilty of all of those allegations. Does that make sense? This is just really, now I understand your point. You're not going to, you know, if there are 10 statements, we're not going to go with all 10 statements. We can just do 1, and then in the adjudication say that, you know, other statements were made which fall under the same classification, which will also have the same finding. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And this stuff is not like black and white, that there's one way to do it. This is just kind of breaking the ice of the proposal and making it work within the system for the board and how we think it best benefits everybody that's impacted by it. So ultimately, when we're talking about discipline and accountability is more than discipline. And it goes back to what I'm talking about, having the context of what the circumstances that brought that misconduct to occur. So is it something that requires some training or further education or coaching, recognition of behavior, taking corrective action or discipline? So there's all kinds of different ways we can address these sorts of things to maintain accountability. So when we talk about the penalty assessment, these are the things that I think are probably most important to evaluate. What was the motive? And really the question that I think that needs to be asked when you talk about motive is, was the member acting in the public's best interest? So there will be times where guidelines will be deviated from. Or was it being done with the intent of the public's best interest? And then we got to look at damages. And for us, most importantly, it's the intangible stuff. It's did the action, how much did that diminish the public trust or damage the department reputation? Or how much was there a loss of the members and or the department's credibility? Those are very critical things that we need to be looking at relative to what would be appropriate in regards to the discipline. And then the intent. And when I think about intent, I think about misfeasance and malfeasance. Misfeasance is a mistake of the mind. Police officers are human. They make mistakes. If it's a mistake of the mind, that's one thing. But if it's malfeasance, it's a mistake of the heart. They know what they're doing is improper. They don't care. They do it anyway. That's a whole different thing. So these are the sorts of things that you, the board, should be looking for from us, the investigators, to give you some insight into, was this more a malfeasance or a misfeasance situation, to help you in determining what's the best action in regards to a penalty. And then you have to look at the scope. How broad is the problem? So if we have an individual who failed to do something with a WCS, we need to give you some context to that. How many times have they done this in the past? In the times that they have done it in the past, is there anything unique about those instances that is causing them to do that? So it gives you some context and understanding to, is there a bigger problem here than what it appears to be? So those are the sorts of things that you can expect from us to help you in making your decisions. Now, kind of looking forward, this is something that I have seen work successfully in law enforcement agencies, primarily those that are under consent decrees, that are dealing with kind of a structure where you have the framework of taking all citizen complaints and how best to process those. Now, in doing this, we have to make sure that we're complying with the consent decree. We take all citizen complaints, we will investigate them thoroughly. But what this provides us with, I think we could all agree that probably 90 to 95% of all citizen complaints are really misunderstandings. So if that's the case, this alternative complaint resolution is a program where you have mediation that's conducted. You have a third-party independent mediator that will sit down with the involved officer, and if the citizen agrees, to sit down the citizen in this face-to-face, two-party with a mediator discussion of what occurred. So the benefits of it, it's reconciliation, creates and builds understanding. People have the opportunity to explain themselves. People can learn from the other. You have satisfaction as a result of going through the process, and it's empowerment. Most importantly, empowerment to the citizens. They're being heard. All anybody wants is to be heard, valued, and respected. And that's really what ultimately the vast majority of these complainants are looking for. And what is it what we're ultimately trying to achieve? We're trying to put the human side in regards to the police officers that are serving the community, as well as the human side of the citizens that we're serving. So we can better understand one another and listen and hear. So we can develop, and hopefully in the future, under similar circumstances, be aware and cognizant of the things that we may be doing unconsciously that may cause a citizen to make a complaint against us. It's a very, very effective way of doing things. What I'm currently doing is I have Elizabeth, who's my data analyst. She's reaching out to these various agencies, and we're looking at all of their data. How has this been successful? What were some of the obstacles and the speed bumps that you found? How is it that we can we implement something, this type of a model, to work here in Cleveland, where we can streamline what we're doing, wherein, yes, we are going to be thoroughly investigating every one of these complaints, but if it falls under a certain criteria, it would qualify for this. And the criteria would generally be something that would be non-disciplinary.
Do you believe CPD would agree to this? I mean, you're talking about bringing a citizen in with a police officer that's been accused and sitting them at a table. Because normally, as it works now, the police officer comes in and he's recorded and he's given his oath and all that good stuff. It's different. Are they going to agree to that?
Well, what I can say is I personally saw this implemented with the LAPD, and it was very favorable because it's to the benefit of the officers. It's something that you're going to have to lay the framework with the union, public safety director, the police chief, and you're gonna have to get buy-off. It's worked in Washington, D.C., it's worked in Denver, it's worked in a number of other jurisdictions. It is a benefit to the officers because they don't have the same stigma of this personnel complaint hanging over their head. We recognize it on the front end, what it is, and we don't go through the exhaustive efforts of having them sit down with representation and those sorts of things when it can be handled in a non-disciplinary way, which benefits not only the officer, but the citizens that they serve.
It's an interesting idea. I'd never heard of it, but why we have you here with this experience and understanding of what goes on in the world. So in this scenario, you reach out to the complainant and say, we have a process. We'd like you to sit down with the officer. If they say, I don't want to sit down with the officer, it just follows a normal flow and it's going to roll through
Yeah.
the board at some
Right.
point.
And also if they go through the process and they don't like it.
Right.
Well, the officer would be,
An officer could say, I don't want to sit down with them either, I'm assuming, or
we can develop it however
they
we
wanted
wanted
to do that.
We
right?
we could develop it however we wanted to.
And then if this is unsuccessful, if at the end of it, either party says, we didn't figure this out here. Then it goes through the normal process. Otherwise, it's like shake hands. Now we both understand and
Right.
go have a nice day. We'll
Right.
all do better in the work.
Yep.
That's
And these are tracked. They don't fall off when they're not lost. We know that these are occurring. And part of the criteria would be if you have an officer that repeatedly is falling within this category, are we changing the behavior? Because that's what we're ultimately trying to do, right? We're trying to change the behavior of the officers. So that would fall outside of the criteria that would be met. We'd have to sit down and establish criteria that's going to work and be comfortable for the board, for the chief of police, for the public safety director, and everybody involved in the union in regards to this. Yes.
So is this process done at the beginning or the sort of the middle of the process? Because we have the duty to investigate every complaint that comes through. So when does this particular part of it take place? After the investigation is done and maybe the investigator recommends that this may be an off ramp before it moves to us for adjudication?
Yes, I mean, the investigation has to occur. So you have to determine that it would meet the criteria where it'd be a non-disciplinary type of a scenario. And it'd meet the criteria that we would establish. There's no criteria that's going to be shoved down anybody's throat. It'd be a collective, collaborative effort to identify how best. And that's why we're doing this study, so you can see what has worked in other cities. And what obstacles they had and speed bumps and modifications they may have had to make, so we can learn from their mistakes and hopefully on the front end be able to implement something that can withstand any scrutiny.
Well, just one follow-up. So oftentimes we have complainants that sort of the complaint is I want to use the proper sort of red herring for what their actual gripe is. So I'm saying in this incident, the officer said, talk to the hand. But what I'm really upset is that doing whatever happened in this interaction, my son was arrested or whatever. That's my real gripe. But I'm lodging this complaint to try to get justice on that. Do you think this can deflate that?
Well, I believe it provides a platform for the two parties to get together and to have honest dialogue where they can share what it is that's actually really bothering them. And it's all part of the understanding. And if the citizen is one that would be forthcoming and would share that sort of a thing, it can help the officer understand those sorts of things. Because officers need to be aware that oftentimes when they're dealing with the public, what appears to be motivating their behavior towards the officer is not what actually is what's motivating, as the example that you just gave. So it gives the opportunity for people to sit down and understand the human side of this. It's kind of like you got to expect, we see bad behavior in everybody. I have my bad days. Everybody has a bad day. We all have things that go on in our lives that influence how we conduct ourselves on any given day. And some days are not going to be our best. Then we have to be cognizant of that. And hopefully through this type of dialogue and bringing people together, that we can start building that bridge between the citizens and the community, and people understand that we are very much more alike than we are different. Just because we're a uniform of a police officer doesn't mean you're much different than the citizens that you serve.
And then lastly, do you envision that statements given during this session, if this process were to not work, can those statements then be used in a potential hearing?
Confidential.
No, okay.
Yeah, the mediation is confidential.
Has there been,
I want to talk about your strategy for getting the buy-in with these specific stakeholders, whether that be the police union or the accountability team or any other partners that you may deem beneficial to have in the room when implementing this process? And also, what would that look like?
Okay, first and foremost, it requires that I sit down with everybody. First, I'm looking at sitting down with people individually. I spoke to former Ohio Supreme Court Justice Melody Stewart. She loved the idea. She said, I'd support this 100%. I sat down and had a one-on-one meeting with Safety Director Drummond. He loves the idea. I have pending dates where I'm sitting down with the union, president and vice president, talking with them to see what their thoughts are. The 27th, I'm meeting with the chief of police personally. And it's about first sharing the idea, and then allowing everybody to have a voice and input. And so this is a process that's not going to be imposed on anybody. Everybody is going to have a say, to include the board, obviously. So it's going to be something that my commitment is this. There is nothing that is going to be implemented out of the office professional standards that those stakeholders, which are primarily those people that I just spoke of that I'm meeting with, will not know is coming, and that they will not have had a hand in creating. Essentially, this is just a concept that I have. The ultimate idea is going to be coming from the people that it's going to impact most. And the final outlook and how it will be implemented specifically will have very little to do with me. I will just be facilitating it.
I was wondering, has this sit-down approach produced a reduction in complaints from citizens in other places that have implemented this practice? And what effect has it had on the overall image or perception of law enforcement?
Well, that data is what we are going to be providing, because I don't like to just come up with an idea. I'm going to show you the empirical evidence that this is something that works and something that's worthy of considering. What model, I don't know, will work best. I'm sure it'll be something that we would tweak to work for here. However, it does improve the relationship between the community and the citizens. And it's something that we could break out perhaps rather than going full bore all across the board. We choose one division of police, one precinct or whatever we call them in Cleveland. Call them divisions in Los Angeles, districts. So you choose one district and you see how it works in that one particular district. So we do it as a pilot program. You know, these are all things that will work out. And that would be my recommendation. You know, we never want to throw a sledgehammer into something. It's something like, let's see how this works. If it works, we can expand it. And so that would be my recommendation. But it definitely improves because you're changing the way in which you engage the public. Most importantly, when they're not happy with the service that they provide and were provided. And that's huge. And like I said, it's really about being heard, valued, and respected. And this gives an opportunity that we can go through this entire process and we can have allegations that are sustained. And the citizen may feel, I've got my justice because this officer is being held accountable. But have we really accomplished what we're trying to accomplish? Build those bridges? We really haven't. Yeah.
I think it's a great concept and congratulations.
Thank you.
We're very lucky to have you on board. What is the priority now that you've been in? I know you haven't been around a long time, but what do you see as the top priority or priorities? Would it be training staff, getting more staff, the concept that you just spoke about? Is it one specific thing or is it a bunch of things that you can see from your limited time here that needs immediate attention?
Well, this is day 15 in the seat, so I am pretty new. I would say this, and it's pretty universal. It's about efficiency in our processes and our systems. It's about the quality of the work, and that involves employee development and training. And I come with a vast wealth of knowledge and experience into investigations, and it's going to take some time to get the investigators to understand how I think and what I'm looking for, because I'm looking for context. I'm asking the next question. We don't stop short on something. We have to make sure that we've completely and thoroughly exhausted our investigation avenues in order to provide you with the information you need. So if there's somebody that states something and with the evidence we have, there is a preponderance of evidence that would be unfounded. Well, if we haven't interviewed this particular person, they may change the whole dynamic of this entire investigation. So we can't stop short. And I've seen that happen. I've seen some investigations where, like, most cases I've looked at, I'm sending them back for further investigation. There's questions that I don't feel comfortable providing the case to you, because I know you'll have questions, because you have an curious, inquiring minds, and you're thinking at a very deep level. And I have to make sure that our investigators are doing that as well and providing you with all the information. If you get a case and you want to kick it back for further investigation, you will see my head in my hands and it'll be exploding, because that should not happen. That's a failure on my part. And that's why I like this new system. It's a new system that I'm working in a practical sense on a daily basis to train my people while they're doing their job, where they're going to learn each specific area and we can rotate them around. And then once they get that experience, then they can find their niche. If you like to be the investigator, well, you can be the primary investigator. If you like to be the one putting together the package, then that's great. And one of the reasons I did that, it's an efficiency thing. Right now we have investigators each investigator goes to the city to get their stuff. And the complaint is it's taking them forever to get everything before they have a complete package to investigate. And that's slowing us down. Now, we have to have a commitment to these officers that we're investigating. The discipline that is going perhaps be sent down has to be done in a timely manner, or it's meaningless. So it's incumbent upon us to get these out as fast as we can, and ensuring that they have the quality. And hopefully, if you have only 2 or 3 points of contact, that they're going to build those relationships that are necessary so we can start getting stuff more rapidly. And I'm committed to ensuring that we facilitate that process. But I think when you limit the number of people that are direct contacts rather than having every investigator doing their own thing, we're going to be more efficient at it. It's kind of like a factory assembly line, really. And then you learn each area. You're going to have 3 seniors that'll have their eyes on each investigation at all various levels. I mean, it's a great way to go. I'm always said it's not about being right; it's about getting it right, and that requires that you have as many eyes as possible on it. People that have experience and can provide their diversified, perspective on what may be lacking.
About a prior slide, or my understanding or your understanding or our understanding. Can we go back? I don't know who's running it. Slide 8, it's with the proposed complaint workflow. And I have a question. I understand how you're going to bring investigators in at different parts and then they'll rotate around. My question specifically was about the adjudicator role. And this is something that we've run into here before in terms of OPS's investigations and how they're presented to us. So typically we'll get a recommendation for, should it be sustained, administratively dismissed, unfounded, insufficient evidence. So there are those categories. Once upon a time, OPS investigators were providing if sustained, recommended for a group level. And it was determined, I believe, as part of our manual, that was inappropriate, that there could be a recommendation for what it was, but not for the penalty phase. And a couple times in here, it if you go to the next slide, it references first determine whether misconduct occurred. And that's kind of what the investigation is determining. Then assess the appropriateness of penalty if misconduct was found. That's at our end. So I don't know that that's made clear here. So
Yeah.
The penalty part has always sat with us.
Yes.
And I think there might be a debate on whether you guys should say, hey, this is a group 2 or whatever. I don't have strong feelings either way on that, but I believe that was something that we once upon a time here determined was not what OPS should be providing. You should be providing the facts, and this is where we believe it falls. And then we could agree or disagree, but that you did not get into the penalty phase of it, if you will, if there were discipline.
Right, that's exactly right. So this training is to inform me on some of the things I'm looking at within the office to change, to improve our efficiency and the quality of our reports. But it's also training for you, just to remind you of the things that you want to be cognizant of when you're making these determinations relative to penalty. I don't believe that it should be our responsibility to give any recommendation relative to the penalty. That rests solely with you. Now, in the allegation section of the reports, I didn't get into it because I wanted to be a little more brief in time, but I'm going to have the investigators, and part of the reason why we want to have these allegations specifically framed is that in the adjudication portion of the report, you are going to see an IRAC format. The issue is going to be the allegation. Then the rule is going to be the standard in which we're applying it to in determining what does the preponderance evidence tell us relative to this particular allegation. And then you're going to read our assessment and our conclusion for each allegation. So it'll be very, very clear why we are making the recommendation that we're making. And in your assessment of it, you can agree or disagree and do what the board feels is the most appropriate. But we will stop there. That we're just going to say the preponderance evidence suggests that this occurred or it didn't occur or what have you, and that we would recommend that it be sustained or unfounded or exonerated, and we'll explain specifically why, short and concise and to the point. Because really these reports, whether you're a citizen picking it up, or you're an attorney, or you're a board member, or you're another investigator in the office, it should be extremely clear what it is we're looking at, what it is we're adjudicating, and what is our rationale for the recommended adjudication.
Just a comment on maybe not the penalty phase, but I think we should be asked, like if an officer has been accused of didn't turn his WCS on, or maybe was unprofessional, that we not only get his acknowledgement that he did that, but why? And that would help them decide an appropriate penalty.
Right.
For instance,
Yeah.
If he goes, I had a bad day, or, I thought I turned it on, as opposed to, I didn't turn it on because I didn't think I needed it. All those things would go into helping you decide the penalty. Am I
Yes.
correct? That's what you're thinking?
When I say context, that's a context that I'm talking about. So we'll ask them why, but it's not only why, but then we're going to look back and give you context. How often has this happened? Has this happened 20 times with this officer in the last year? And if it's happened 20 times, out of how many are we talking about? 500, 200, only 25? I mean, what kind of a problem do we have? And is there any reoccurring theme with when they're failing to turn it on? Is it a certain type of call with a certain type of person that they're dealing with? Is there a bigger issue here? We have to look at scope and severity of the issue.
I promise this will be my last comment here. That specific process is another process that we've not followed in the past. So in the example, it sounds like you would say, this is the 6th time this officer did not use their body cam, when they should have, which would sway the board in saying, well, we might need to bump this up a level or two. And that's typically not how we've managed the cases, because our role prior to even getting to a decision on should there be discipline or not has always been, this is the case that was presented. We need to look at the facts of that case. I've always compared it somewhat like we're kind of a quasi jury. Like you can't say, here are the facts on this guy shoplifting. By the way, he did it 7 other times. The jury is poisoned by that information. And so we haven't in the past had that information provided to us for that very reason, that our role is to look at the citizen complaint as it exists and make a determination on that. Then off of that, we would make a finding of what group level. Then beyond us is where it can be determined, this is the 7th time you've done this. It's not just going to be a written warning. It's not going to be, it's going to raise the stakes, so to speak, for the officer. So
Well,
I just wanted to bring that to light.
So if we're talking about a citizen's complaint about conduct, the board is entitled to look back, sustain complaints for a certain period of time, X number of years. So
I'll
that,
jump in really quick. I think part of the hair we've been trying to split with that is that because we're kind of judge and jury in this case, where we're in charge of really making a determination on whether the conduct occurred in and of itself, and then also adjudicating the penalty as well, or the discipline. My understanding is that we are not allowed to take into account past actions as it relates to the finding of whether or not the actions occurred here. That makes sense. But we are to take into account history of discipline when we are determining discipline. And so it's always been kind of a split for us about, okay, well, when do we even look at, for instance, an officer's personnel file, right, to see what his disciplinary history is, or whether or not she's done this before, right? And my understanding is that we can do that for the disciplinary stage. I mean, for the group level stage of this, right, when we're trying to figure out what the discipline level should be. But technically, we're not supposed to use that for determining whether or not misconduct occurred. And so that's kind of been where our split has been. And we've kind of gone back and forth about, do we just get it and make sure that we're putting it out of our mind when we're making this part? Or do we just not touch it at all? And we leave some of that to the safety director and the chief is, I think now, not right now, kind of how we're doing it. Because currently as it stands, we make a recommendation on group level. We make a sustained finding on a group level, and then we allow the chief and or the public safety director to make the specific finding within that group level. And that's kind of how we've married the two, or reconciled the friction, if that makes sense.
right.
So that's where we are now.
I would concur with that assessment that when you're talking about whether the misconduct occurred, you have to go on the facts of the case and the preponderance of evidence. History does not have any bearing whatsoever on your determination on whether it's a sustained complaint or not. That is completely accurate. Now, it would be up to the board if you're going to, at the penalty phase, consider within what you're allowable to look at in determining a penalty phase in the history. It's been my experience that you always look at the work history. That's actually part of the complaint investigation, where you lay out what the complaint history is, or the complaint history is of the officer who's involved relative to the time frame in which you're allowed to consider it. So now when we're talking about body worn or the WCS videos, we are required by our policy to investigate the citizen complaint, but also to investigate anything else that would come to light during that investigation. That would be something that we'd be alleging. And generally, you're not going to get a citizen complaint that they didn't turn on their body worn, or so it's coming up from something that we have seen. And so I think it's important to look at the context of that so the board knows if there's something larger. I mean, that's part of investigating misconduct. We can identify that, yes, it occurred here, but is there a bigger issue? Because we need to be looking at that, because we're also responsible for making recommendations for policy changes. Are there policy changes that the Division of Police can make that would prevent this from occurring in the future? So those are types of things that we as an office need to know and collect data on and be able to report to you, so we can perhaps be making recommendations that can have a meaningful impact on these occurrences being diminished in the future, if that makes sense.
Maybe it could be, as simple as, if we make a sustained finding, right, then we turn back to the investigator, whoever is giving us the report, and asking them, hey, is there anything in the personnel file that is pertinent to what we're dealing with here, whether that be work history, disciplinary history, specific infractions that are related, that are similar, right? That kind of thing. So then we're not necessarily looking at it beforehand, and we have to worry about whether or not board members are truly, parsing that out. But then we still can take it into account when it comes time for us to get to the penalty phase.
Generally, my experience has been when I've dealt with a board that's rendering findings, once you get to the penalty, then you hand out the specific work history stuff. They're generally in the report, if there's nothing, you would write there's nothing germane to be considering in the penalty phase. But if there is, that you would each get the history given to you at the penalty phase. So, I didn't plan on talking about this, but I'll talk about it real quickly. My thought is on this WCS stuff. A lot of these cases are time consuming from an efficiency standpoint. And perhaps there may be a way where we can work cooperatively with the Division of Police, where we find these violations that we have that are completely unrelated to the citizen complaint, but we identify this during our investigation, and that rather than bringing it to the board and having to worry about that we refer it back to the division, and that they have 45 days to send back codified correspondence relative to how they responded to it. What was the outcome? What was the action taken for the officer? Was it training? Was it counseling? Those sorts of things. And we share with them what our information was, that we identified that this has occurred in 8 separate times, but it doesn't appear to be any pattern. We're talking out of 250 very good. And then they would get back, and we would keep track of that, and that would go into our case file. Because what that does, it's about back to this trust and legitimacy. We don't want to be the gotcha police. We want the officers that we're investigating to feel comfortable with us, and that we're being fair and we're being consistent. And we're talking about something that's an administrative type violation that would be WCS related, that doesn't have the evidence that it's something huge or a big problem, and that it's not correlating with some other type of misconduct, that it may be something that we could hand off to the police department, allow them to manage it. This is something I also spoke to Melody Stewart about, and she liked it, because she goes, you're giving them the opportunity to do what it is we want them to be doing when the consent decree goes, and that's policing themselves and incorporating proper audits and things to have them in place. Because we are doing some things, and they could probably tighten up their end on audits to prevent some of these things from occurring. But it's something that may be something to consider. I don't know.
So hold on. You're saying during the course of an investigation, the investigator recognizes that the officer didn't turn on WCS. It's not in the original complaint, because what citizen would know to complain about that? You're saying instead of that coming to the board, that violation, you send it back to the police department to deal with?
Maybe we may want to say failure to turn on would not qualify, but what we get oftentimes is failure to rename, so you can identify. So when you're looking for the body worn video for that particular incident, it's hard to find it and track it. We get that very often. Mm-hmm. So at least from what I'm seeing. So those types of that's, I just forgot to rename it. And so it could be tracked, and when you look at it and that appears to be the case, there's no huge pattern that there's any indication that that's something that we could just send back to. You don't need the board to be, you'd know about it because it'd be part of the report, and then it would indicate who it was referred to in the police department, that we would get within the next number of days written correspondence from them talking about how they chose to address this, and then it would become part of our file.
But so not the actual failure to turn on.
Yeah, but we could say failure to turn on. Nah, that's a different thing. You know better. It would be an individual case, and we could establish that criteria. What would the board feel comfortable with? I'm not asserting that I know exactly what you would feel comfortable with, but what I'm trying to find a way to try to streamline some things, wherein if we could extend an olive branch to the police department and allow them to address some of these things, where they are on the lower end and it doesn't rise to the level of something that would really require the time and the consideration of the board, we could find a different way of addressing that particular identified allegation of administrative deviation from what they were expected to do.
Okay, so thank you for that presentation. Thank you for these ideas. I'm excited that you've been here with us for basically less than a month, and we already have a handful of excellent ideas. So remind the board of something that Jeff said. These are all obviously very early in the brainstorm idea come to fruition process, right? So there'll be lots of other discussions that will be had before any of these will be potentially even implemented, right? But I do think that it's still good for us to always keeping our wheels turning about ways that we can make things better and how we can improve. And when we get these opportunities to have somebody new come in and take a very fresh look with the experience that Jeff has behind him, I think that it'd be an error for us to not, go through this process. And so I'm looking forward to seeing how this continues to build. I love the fact that you are including all of the stakeholders in this. One thing I will say to consider about any and all of these is Charter 115 and what is required of us. And that may mean, speaking with Dahlia to just make sure that we are still in alignment with that, because some of those have really strict alignments. In particular, I know we were just talking about the WCS and handing things off, and that could get dicey with the requirement to review everything that comes in front of us, basically, but maybe not. And maybe there's ways that we, interpret that. Yeah, I'm excited about all of this. I really love the misfeasance versus malfeasance. I'm taking that forward immediately. So I really appreciate that. Also, just some of the refresher to the board for things that we should be considering moving forward. Thank you. With that, we'll move forward. Oh yeah. Okay. So I think we're actually, I really don't want to do this. I kind of want to take a break before we go into cases. Yeah. Before we take a break, though, we have already talked about somebody who just joined us. So now I'm going to be talking about one of our board members whose term is coming to an end, and that is Vice Chair Kenneth Mountcastle. You have served us graciously for the last
8 years.
8 years. So with that, we had Mayor Bibb prepare a recognition for you. And so I want to present this to you and to say on behalf of the board, thank you for all that you have done. You have been a great support for us. You are never afraid to engage in conversations that are tough. You have done an excellent job of providing me with counsel when I need it, and to make sure when I call and I say, hey, am I tripping? Is something going on here? Am I evaluating this right? Is there something I'm missing? And I've definitely appreciated that from you. I don't know that you guys want me to read this whole thing? Do people usually read this? I don't know. It's long. Okay. But yeah, I just wanted to present you with this and say thank you. I really appreciate it. I didn't necessarily want to wait till the end of the meeting. So
Thank you.
let's give it up.
So, Chair, if I may.
Yep, go ahead.
Just want to thank Ken. When I was chair, Ken knows I would call him many a night to pick his brain. Indispensable as a resource. I want to personally thank you for the years that you put in, and then at the end of your tenure to then step up and say I'll be vice chair for a year for continuity's sake. Really appreciate it. So thank you, Ken Mountcastle, for your service.
I also want to throw something out there. Ken is the last person on the board of when I joined the board. So I'll echo what they said. Appreciate your participation in this and your counsel and your thought process. And it was personally sad for me to lose an OG here. So thank you.
honor and a privilege to serve on this board and serve the citizens of Cleveland. I think the board is in good hands and is moving in the right direction. We brought on an awesome asset, I believe, with Jeff. I think Jeff's gonna do wonders for the board. And, the only, thing that I regret is that I can't stay on board. Thank you all.
Thank you.
We can take a 5-minute break while we take a picture.
Yeah, that's,
stay
on camera.
And also member Sharp's not, he's
Yes, running.
he's not gonna be here when we get back from break, so just for the record. Okay, we will go on break. I'm not gonna bang the gavel. We'll just, Can we, let me know when we're back? We're back? Okay. My apologies for being 5 minutes late. We will now move into our presentation of investigations with a citizen or CDP subject employee present. Do we have anyone here? No. Okay, with that, we will move into our general presentation of investigations, and we'll start with our tabled cases, or case, I think it's just one. I'll turn it over to Art, Senior Investigator Boker.
The first case is a tabled case, case number 2023-0108. The complainant was Fernando Gonzalez. This case was originally presented by investigator Joe Szymanski. It was tabled to allow further investigation into whether repeated noise-related complaints and officers' prior knowledge of the location may have influenced their actions and necessary for a fair evaluation of the case. The investigator that was assigned to look into this particular issue is Investigator Adam Ensign. May I turn it over to him?
OPS 2023-0108. This case was heard by the board on September 24th, 2025. The board asked for additional information to address if a pattern of discretionary policing warranted a closer look due to the perceived lack of enforcement of noise complaints. Through further investigation, the following was revealed. There were 88 total calls for service. Of those, 56 calls were received between July 2021 and June 2025, which were for noise complaints. Of those 56 noise complaints, 4 officers responded 5 or more times. 3 officers responded between 3 and 5 times. 9 officers responded twice. 14 officers responded once. 7 additional calls were canceled by the caller. 41 of the calls, or 73%, were quiet on arrival. Mr. Morgan was advised to turn down his music 5 times, or 9% of these calls, and he complied each time. The occasions where Mr. Morgan was advised to turn down his music were frequently separated by a significant period. For instance, Detective Jared Woods, badge number 2170, responded to 7 calls. Twice he advises Mr. Morgan to turn down his music, October 25th, 2022, and March 27th, 2023, which were approximately 6 months apart. The other 5 times Detective Woods responded were quiet on arrival. Other times, Mr. Morgan was advised to turn down his music involving completely different officers, again over a significant period. There were no cases where Mr. Morgan was advised to turn down music repeatedly by the same officer during a short time frame. And with that, I can take questions.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Does anyone have, and well, I guess thank you for that update. Does anybody have any questions for our investigator? So it seems to me, and I remember this case, and that we really just wanted to know, is this something that, the same officers have been out multiple times and they continuously did not write a ticket or do anything? Because I know that was the complainant's main complaint, was that they wanted a citation written. Seems like that's not the case, that it was, a varied response from different officers. This feels like a lot of, I don't know, the rest of the board this feels like a lot of calls. Did you say 56 calls? Is that a 1 month time period, or did I mishear that?
It was 88 total calls. 56 were for the noise complaints between July of 2021 and June of 2025. So basically,
So 4 years. Okay. I mean, it's still a lot. I thought it was 56 in a month, and I was like, that's insane. Okay. It's still a lot. 56 over a 4 year time period, 88 overall. I guess my hesitation or just thought process with this is that I know generally I don't like to get involved with officer discretion unless I feel like it's an abuse of discretion, if that makes sense. And I'm not sure that we necessarily have abuse of discretion here. I get the complainant's issue, but it sounds like every time the complainant, well, I'll stick to what we have in front of us. The complainant made the noise complaint. The officers came out. They didn't issue a citation. but they did actually come out and they did actually ask
Mhm.
the person to turn his music down, right? So I don't know if anybody has any other thoughts, but that's just kind of me thinking out loud. I get the complainant's general issue, but I don't know if it rises to the level of us being able to do something. And then certainly to these officers who just happen to show up this time, I don't know that this rests at their feet. That there's been multiple complaints.
Chair, I think that, to your point, we have to deal with what's in front of us. Obviously, the citizen or the people that complaining are angry. I certainly would, because all those calls in 4 years, that's a huge amount of calls. But we have to deal with what is in front of us. And I don't know how to satisfy the citizen. You know, that's a gray area that I guess the department would have to figure out.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think at the end of the day, we have to adjudicate what's in front of us, and we have to adjudicate for the officers that are in front of us. So I think that's kind of where we're left here. Does anybody else have any other thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? Senior Investigator Booker?
I might make a suggestion that possibly this citizen be referred to the commander's office to possibly highlight these calls, and that this is a continuing issue, that maybe even though a different officer is responding, if they know, hey, person keeps generating these calls, it may heighten it so that the next time you won't have an officer going out not knowing the history, and that maybe that would cut down on the number of calls to direct a citizen to maybe make a formal complaint with the commander to focus on, I've made so many calls and he keeps getting, different officers responding, and maybe there'd be a different outcome.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense to me. I think that would be something good to do, and so yeah, I think we should do that. We should direct the complainant to the commander over. I don't remember which district we were in here. First district commander, so that way there can at least be something on file. I mean, there's also, there are civil actions that can be taken as far as like nuisance actions. I don't know if this will rise to that level at all. But again, just trying to brainstorm ways to give the complainant something, right? So they have some sort of next level of recourse. So yeah, I think that's a good idea. I don't know if do we need a motion? Do we need a motion? Yes. Okay, let's adjudicate the case first, and then we'll get to that. So anybody want to make motions for this? I can make them. Okay. In OPS case number 2023-0108, for officers Erica Davis, badge number 758, Detective Anthony Lee, badge number 255, and Detective Gerard Woods, badge number 2170, regarding allegation A of lack of service, insufficient service, and alleged violation of manual rules 3.12, 4.01, and 4.08, as well as Ohio Revised Code 4510.12. CC Cleveland Codified Ordinance 683.01, 683.02, 435.01, and GPO 4.04.07. Move for finding of exonerated, as the preponderance of the evidence, including interviews, WCS footage, and written reports, supports that the alleged conduct did occur and that the officers did not write a ticket to the suspect in this case. However, the conduct was carried out in alignment with the standards outlined in the applicable GPLs and manual rules, in that it was within the officer's discretion to write a ticket or just to issue a warning. And so with that, again, my motion is for exonerated.
I second that motion.
All right, that motion has been seconded by Member Moore. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I abstain. I wasn't at the original meeting when
Oh.
this was discussed.
All right, we have one abstention from Member Saganovich. And that motion carries. All right, same case, 2023-0108. For Officer, for Detective Gerard Woods, badge number 2170, regarding allegation B for unprofessional behavior / conduct and alleged violation of manual rules 5.01, 5.08, and 5.09. I move for a finding of unfounded as the preponderance of the evidence, including WCS footage, interviews, and written reports, establishes that the alleged conduct did not occur.
Second that motion.
Seconded by Member Moore. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I abstain for the same reason.
One abstention from Member Saganovich for the same reason. That motion carries. All right, and with that, I would now like to make the motion that we direct the Office of Professional Standards to provide additional support to complainant Fernando Gonzalez by suggesting that he go to the First District Commander's office, get in contact with the First District Commander, and file have a conversation with the commander to let them know so that the First District is on notice about the continuous complaints and about the continuous issue. Take a second.
Second that motion.
Seconded by Member Moore. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I think I need to abstain.
It's okay. One abstention from Member Saganovich for the same reason. All right, and that motion carries. Okay, so that's should be good for that case. So now we can turn over to our new cases.
Okay, I'm going to go to case number 2 on the agenda to allow Adam to present. Case number 2 is 2023-0284. Complainant is Tamika Brown, and he is presenting a case that was previously done by Joseph Szymanski.
OPS 2023-0284. On December 4th, 2023, OPS received a complaint from Ms. Tania Brown alleging a lack of service, insufficient service against Detective Michael Dunn, badge number 269, for failure to contact her regarding her case. He provided documentary evidence that he did contact her. Detective Dunn said they urged people to set meetings with them in the Detective Bureau because they respond to so many calls. Detective Dunn is assigned over 200 cases a year, and Lieutenant Valentino is the lieutenant over the Detective Bureau. When people show up and they are not there, people tend to find fault with that. For allegation A, lack of service, insufficient service, OPS recommends a finding of unfounded as the preponderance of the evidence, to include Detective Dunn's interviews and notes, supports the finding that the alleged conduct did occur, finding of exonerated, as preponderance of the evidence to include Detective Dunn's interview and notes, supports finding the alleged conduct did occur but was consistent with CDP Detective Unit Manual Rules 1, 2, 4, 7, and 9. I can take your questions.
Thank you. We have your recommendation listed as unfounded in the agenda.
Okay.
That changed. Yeah, and I have it listed as that number 42.
Then I would say the recommendation is unfounded.
Say it again?
I would go with unfounded if that's what's in the report and on the agenda.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're clear.
Yep.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for our investigator? Hearing no, anyone like to make a motion?
I can make a motion.
Right. All right.
In case number 2023-0284, in regards to Detective Michael Dunn, badge number 2690, I make a motion for unfounded for lack of allegation A, lack of service, no service as Detective Dunn was not in violation. Actually, Detective Dunn did follow detective responsibilities in the detective manual, number 1, number 2, number 4, number 7, and number 5, number 9, excuse me, in that he did make contact with the complainant on numerous occasions.
We have a motion on the floor for unfounded. Can we get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Miller. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
I have, maybe this is a friendly amendment. I think she said 2690.
Oh,
I have badge number 269.
I don't know if I did say 0.
Hold on, let me, I gotta finish the vote now because we already started voting. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that motion carries. Badge numbers, yeah, 269 and 2690 are gonna be different badge numbers. We have the detective's name.
I know, but whoever's taking notes, did I actually say 0? No? You didn't hear that? 269, I thought so.
All right.
Okay, well, it's listed as 269. The badge number is definitely 269, and you stated the detective's name.
Yes.
Right. Okay. If there is any discrepancy, then we'll deal with it. But I'm pretty. Even if she did say 2690, it's on the record pretty clear. Does any board members really want to make another? I mean, you can make another motion. We want to. But
She said the
I don't know. We
transcript,
need to.
she only said 269, so
Okay.
not 2690.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, I think that's it for that case. All right. We can move to the next one.
The next case is number 3 on the agenda, 24-0026. Complainant is Jefferson Battle. Again, this case was originally done by investigator Samansky. It's being presented by Adam.
OPS 2024-0026. On February 12th, 2024, OPS received a complaint from Mr. Jefferson Battle alleging improper procedure citation, improper procedure search, improper procedure stop, unprofessional conduct behavior, and improper procedure failure to return driver's license against Patrol Officer Ryan McCarthy, badge number 1009. Please note, WCS was reviewed from this incident, but was not downloaded by the initial investigator before it was deleted due to CDP's WCS retention policy. P.L. McCarthy pulled over Mr. Battle for a window tint violation and failure to stop at a stop sign on February 10th, 2024. Mr. Battle told Officer McCarthy he had a firearm in the vehicle and a CCW. Mr. Battle complied with instructions to roll down the back window where a firearm was visible in plain view. Officer McCarthy asked Mr. Battle to step out of the vehicle, placed him in cuffs, and told him he was being detained for his own and for officer safety. Officer McCarthy contacted a supervisor for guidance and ran checks on Mr. Battle to confirm whether to charge him with improper handling of a firearm. The checks came back clear and the decision was made not to charge Mr. Battle. The citation was filled out and provided to Mr. Battle. For allegation A, improper procedure stop against Officer Ryan McCarthy, badge number 1009, OPS recommends a finding of exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence to include the written citation and stop form, supports a finding that the alleged conduct occurred but was in compliance with GPOs 2.02.01 and 2.02.05, as well as CCOs 431.19 and 437.28. For allegation B, improper procedure citation against PO Ryan McCarthy, badge number 1009. OPS recommends a finding of exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence to include the written citation and stop form. Supports finding the alleged conduct occurred but was in compliance with CDP Manual Rule 4.03. For allegation C, improper procedure search against PO Ryan McCarthy, badge number 1009, OPS recommends a finding of exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence to include the written citation and stop form, supports finding that the alleged conduct occurred but was in compliance with GPO 2.02.02 and ORC 2923.1C16 sections B, C, and E1. For allegation D, unprofessional conduct behavior against P.O. Ryan McCarthy, badge number 1009, OPS recommends a finding of exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence to include the officers WCS supports the finding that the alleged conduct occurred but was in compliance with CDP manual rules 4.01 and 5.09, along with GPOs 1.02.01 and 1.03.01. For allegation E, improper procedure, failure to return driver's license against P.O. Ryan McCarthy, badge number 1009, OPS recommends a finding of insufficient evidence as the preponderance of the evidence fails to establish whether the alleged conduct occurred. The WCS analysis does not say whether or not Officer McCarthy returned Mr. Battle's license. Officer McCarthy stated in his interview with OPS, he did not recall if he gave it back to Mr. Battle. And with that, I can take questions.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Does anyone have any questions for our investigator? Okay. Okay, with, anybody have any questions, comments, concerns, thoughts about the case in general? I guess I do have a question. So when we asked actually, nope, never mind. The answer right here. Okay, does anybody have any motions they'd like to make? Okay, I will make the motions. All right, in OPS case number 2024-0026 for Officer Ryan McCarthy, badge number 1009, regarding allegation A, improper procedure for an allegedly improper stop, an alleged violation of GPO 2.02.01, 2.02.05, CCO 437.28, and 431.19. I move for a finding of exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence, including interviews, WCS footage, and written reports, supports that the alleged conduct did occur and that the officer did make the stop. However, the conduct was carried out in alignment with the standards outlined in the aforementioned GPOs and manual rules, in that the officer made the stop for lawful reasons, including intent. So again, my motion is for exonerated. Can I get a second?
Second that motion.
Seconded by Member Moore. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, same case 2024-0026 for same officer Ryan McCarthy, badge number 1009. This is for allegation B for improper procedure, allegedly making an improper citation in violation of manual rule 4.03. I move for a finding of exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence, including interviews, WCS footage, and written reports, supports that the alleged conduct did occur and that the officer did write the citation for the traffic violations. However, the conduct was carried out in alignment with the standards outlined in the applicable GPOs, particularly that the officer did write the citations in accordance with what he viewed at the time, including intent, and also made some changes to the original citation after conferring with his supervisor as to whether or not the improper handling of a firearm would be cited, which it was not. So again, my motion is for exonerated.
Second the motion.
Seconded by Member Moore. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, same case 2024-0026, same officer Ryan McCarthy, badge number 1009. This is for allegation C for improper procedure, improper search, an alleged violation of GPO 2.02.02 and ORC 2931.16 subsections B, C, and E1. I move for finding of exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence, including interviews, WCS footage, and written reports, supports that the alleged conduct did occur and that a search did occur. It was however, The conduct was carried out in alignment with the standards outlined in the applicable GPOs and manual rules, particularly that the officer did conduct a search, but conducted a pat down, consistent with the fact that, consistent with reasonable suspicion that the complainant may have had a weapon after identifying that he had already had a firearm. And so therefore the search was proper. Again, my motion is for exonerated.
I second that motion.
Seconded by Member Moore. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. Same case, 2024-0026. For Officer Ryan McCarthy, badge number 1009. This is for allegation D for unprofessional behavior or conduct under Manual Rules 4.01, 5.09, GPO 1.02.01, and 1.03.01. I move for a finding of exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence establishes that supports that the allegation did occur and that the officer made changes to his original citation and scratched out some things on that citation, but that the conduct was carried out in alignments with the standards outlined in the applicable GPOs, specifically in that the officer made contact with his supervisor to determine whether or not he should carry out another citation, determined within his discretion that he would not, based on the facts, and therefore all of the officer's actions were permissible within GPO and manual rules, and there were no other unprofessional behaviors that were found here. So again, my motion is for exonerated.
I second that motion.
Seconded by Member Moore. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Aye.
One abstention from Member Miller because she was not in the room for the motion. That motion carries. All right, one more. Same case, 2024-0026. It's for Officer Ryan McCarthy, badge number 1009, an alleged violation, as related to allegation E, improper procedure for failure to return the complainant's driver's license, an alleged violation of GPO 2.01.01. Move for a finding of insufficient evidence as the preponderance of the evidence, including interviews and written documentation, as well as WCS footage, fails to establish whether the alleged conduct did or did not occur.
I second the motion.
Seconded by Member Moore. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. Okay, I think that's it.
Comment I'd like to make regarding this.
Yep.
Again, we're stuck with something that has been reoccurring. And this one wasn't that long ago. Where an investigator views the WCS, makes a transcript, doesn't download it, and it becomes unavailable because of the police retention policy. I don't know what the exact policy is, but I'd like to find out what it is. I would recommend that the investigators download the video before watching it, or the reverse, immediately after they watch it, they download it. Instead of watching it, transcribing it, doing a report, and in the event there's a long delay or they leave and it gets handed off to somebody else, poof, the WCS is gone. Because one of the pertinent parts of this case was, did he give back the license? What we have to go on is what the original investigator transcribed and said couldn't see it in the body cam. So we're stuck with insufficient evidence. So I'm curious, what is the policy for how we download video? If anybody could answer.
Since the beginning of the year, we've implemented procedures that as soon as they get the investigators get access to the WCS, they need to link it in IA Pro. And they're also supposed to download it to SharePoint where it would be maintained. That's supposed to be happening going forward.
Okay.
And investigators are always reminded to look at the category because there's certain categories that it gets deleted right away. And unfortunately, some of these cases that were done by other investigators, they were waiting till it goes to the board before they downloaded it, but they left. And we're going back and trying to download it and find out it's been deleted.
Very good. Asked and answered. Thank you.
But does that alleviate the issue? I guess I understand the process, right? But if we're gonna continue to run into the same problem and, you know, we are gonna continue to have these types of cases, how do we, I guess, alleviate, resolve, find another avenue to address the issue? No?
I thought that Art indicated that the policy changed as of the beginning of the year.
And
This
this was
situation
in
happened,
2023.
I think, last year, but
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I don't know where I got 2023 from.
I thought this-
I think I interpreted what you just said was wrong. I'm sorry.
yeah, this one was at least approved September of 25. So
That's my
am I
fault.
correct in what you said, that the process now is not what it was then?
That's
So we
correct.
shouldn't have that situation unless an investigator didn't follow the current process.
That's correct.
Okay,
And
thank you.
before a case gets approved, we're double checking to make sure that everything's in SharePoint. So if for some reason the file, there may be, this case might not get heard, as long as it's in SharePoint, it's the video has been reserved, been saved. The only time this might happen is if we get an old case from a complainant brings in something that's old, we're not going to have the video for that.
My apologies, I'm
That-
sorry.
That's quite all right.
All right. Let's move on to the next case.
All right, the next case is going to be case number 4 on the agenda, 2024-0180. Complainant is Mary Robinson. This case was completed by Investigator Szymanski. It's being presented by Investigator Nguyen. I do note that the officer's rank was updated was promoted from a PO to detective, but the badge number stays the same.
Good morning.
Morning.
This is OPS case number 2024-0180. The complaint is Mary Robinson. The subject officer is Detective Ethan Burrell, badge number 1398. At the time of the complaint, he was Patrol Officer Ethan Burrell, badge number 1398. The complaint alleges that during the period from 2020 on to when the complaint was filed, that she was being harassed. Officers responded that for a harassment report, Ms. Robinson stated that she reported ongoing harassment since 2020, including concerns about witchcraft occurring in her yard and unidentified officers from the 4th District had not helped her, including Detective Burrell. Based on the evidence, the WCS supports that Officer Burrell responded to the scene and spoke with Ms. Robinson, and also viewed video footage which showed a delivery driver dropping off food, which was assumed to possibly be a DoorDash delivery person. Ms. Robinson repeatedly stated that she just wanted the incident documented. Detective Burrell advised her that nothing criminal had occurred. Before leaving, Detective Burrell provided her with an incident number to the on a CBP card. Based on the investigation, the citizen complaint of the Office of Professional Standards recommends that allegation A, lack of service, insufficient service against Detective Ethan Burrell, badge number 1398, be exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence, including the officer's WCS, supports a finding that the officer reviewed the available information and provided an incident report. The officer's actions were consistent with Cleveland Division of Police Manual Rules 4.18 regarding the duty to investigate. There's also another allegation of lack of service. Based on the investigation of the citizen's complaint, the Office of Professional Standards recommends allegation B, lack of service, to be administratively dismissed. Ms. Robinson raised concerns about harassment dating back to 2020. However, she could not provide any identifying information such as officers' names, badge numbers, or dates, or specific allegation or locations. Under OPS Manual Section 703, B, allegations involving an unidentified officer meet the criteria for an administrative dismissal. I'll take any questions.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Does anyone have any questions for our investigator? Is this your first presentation?
I'm sorry.
Is this your first presentation?
That's correct.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, does anybody have any questions for our investigator? All right, does anybody have any questions, comments, concerns, or statements about the case generally? All right, hearing none, would anyone like to make some motions?
I'll make a motion.
All right, thank you.
Case number 2024-0180, regarding the allegation A, lack of service, insufficient service, against regarding Manual Rule 4.18. Detective Ethan Burrell, badge number 1398. Again, the alleged insufficient service. I make a motion that we find this exonerated due to the preponderance of evidence, including interviews, WCS footage, written report supports that the alleged conduct did occur. The officer responded, he spoke with the lady, and he provided an incident report. However, the conduct was carried out in alignment with the standards outlined in Manual Rule 4.08. Again, I make a motion that we find this exonerated.
I second that motion.
All right, we have a second from Member Moore. All those in favor of exonerated, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain, I stepped out.
One abstention from Member Gatton. That motion carries.
So do I do something for the unknown officer as well?
We could just note for the record that allegation A, lack of service, insufficient service, has been administratively dismissed for any remaining officers because they were unable to be identified. And with that, we can probably move.
The next case on the agenda is going to be case number 1. It's 2023-0233. Complainant is Michael Smith. Investigator is Green.
Okay, the complainant, Mr. Michael Smith, alleged lack of service against Detective Dan Zola, badge number 2565, and Detective Dempna O'Neill, badge number 1503, on September 20th, 2023 for failure to enforce a warrant against his former partner while having knowledge of her location after he reported child endangering. Detectives, it should be noted that Detective Dempna O'Neill separated from CDP on November 2nd, 2023. So the allegation against her will be administratively dismissed. OPS recommends a finding of exonerated for allegation A against Detective Dan Zola, badge number 2565, for lack of service as a preponderance of the evidence gathered throughout the investigation supports a finding that the alleged conduct did occur, but the officer's actions were consistent with law and GPO 2.2.03 Cuyahoga County warrant, Arcapius arrest, and GPO 4.03.01 protocol with outside agencies. At the time of the reporting of this alleged child endangering, the detectives created a BOLO which is a be on the lookout alert for this minor child. They reported the incident to CPS and made contact with family members of the woman who provided the detectives with her location. The detectives made contact with the woman and the police within the jurisdiction she was located in to investigate the allegation and perform a well check of the woman and other family members that was with her. The woman checked safe and was notified of a capias issued by the Cuyahoga County Sheriff's Department by members of CDP and Middleburg Heights Police Department. That concludes this investigation.
All right, thank you for that report. Does anybody have any questions for our investigator? I just have one. So I mean, I see the steps that Detective Zola took in this case based on what you understand the requirements to be for the detective in this particular case. Was there any steps that you identified that the detective failed to take in investigating this?
No. Based on the facts, no. Paternity of the child had not been issued, and they had prior issues between the two of them. She was actually, I guess, considered a victim at this time, so she had fled to get away from the complainant, and that's why she was in a neighboring jurisdiction, and he reported her. And I guess they had some interpersonal things going on, but the detectives followed GPOs and manuals as required by CDP.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or any other questions, comments, concerns, statements about the case in general? All right, would anyone like to make a motion? Okay, I will make the motion. In case number 2023-0233, for Detective Dan Zola, badge number 2565, regarding allegation A of lack of service, insufficient service, and alleged violation of GPO 2.2.03, 4.03.01, and Detective Manual, page 5. I move for a finding of exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence, including interviews, written reports, interviews and written reports, supports that the alleged conduct did occur, and that the officer did investigate what was going on here and did provide service, but did not issue any sort of arrest for the mother in this case. However, the conduct was carried out in alignment with the standards outlined in the GPOs as well as the detective manual. Given the specific facts of this case, it did not require any sort of arrest of the mother as requested by the complainant. So therefore, my motion is for exonerated.
I second that motion.
Seconded by Member Moore. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, and for the record, allegation A has been administratively dismissed as it relates to Detective Dempsey O'Neill.
Yes, sir.
Badge number 1503. Because they were separated from CDP on November 2nd of 2023. All right. And with that, we can move to our next case.
Next case is item 5, case number 2024-0194. Complainant is Elizabeth Vargas. This case was originally done by Investigator Oak, and it's being presented by Investigator Green.
The complainant alleged lack of service against CDP member Stephen Pratt, badge number 2556, and Matthew Payne, badge number 1397, on August 3rd, 2024, for failure to complete an adequate well check of the home of her neighbor after she expressed concerns related to child neglect. OPS recommends a finding of sustained for allegation A, lack of service, insufficient service against Officer Stephen Pratt, badge number 2556, and Officer Matthew Payne, badge number 1397, as a preponderance of the evidence supports a finding that the alleged conduct occurred, but the officer's actions were inconsistent with law, CDP general police orders, training, and procedures. The responding officers responded to a duplex and failed to knock on the caller's door. and did not make contact with a neighbor who was the subject of the wellness check. After being directed to the correct address, officers failed to continue the investigation after being advised where the location was and consistent with Manual Rules 4.18. That concludes this investigation pending your questions.
All right. Does anyone have any questions for our investigator? Okay. Does anyone have any questions, comments, concerns about the case as a whole? Okay, so the officers didn't really.
Excuse me, Chair, I do
Yeah.
have a question. So was it ever confirmed that they were at the right address and just didn't knock on the second door, or they weren't even at the right address?
So it was a duplex. They couldn't discern
Right.
whether or not the first one was the first address. While looking through the investigation, I guess there was a language barrier as well. So I guess they failed to like make appropriate contact. The allegation was neglect of a child and some other things such as marijuana. I believe at the time marijuana was legal, so they would go and check on the child, but they made minimal effort
Okay.
to make contact. So
Yeah, and along those lines, when I was looking through this, one of the things that stood out to me was that when the officers were interviewed, the way that they characterized their discussion with dispatch was very different from what is actually in the dispatch record.
Right.
So the officers maintained that like there was no mention of a child in danger. But the dispatch record clearly shows that there was some sort of, so I mean, I didn't see anything in there where they tried to reconcile that. Is there anything that you saw in there where there was some sort of reconciliation?
they could have provided a better response. Per the GPO, the expectation is to investigate all. When you're notified as an officer, you're supposed to investigate all complaints of criminal activities. I don't know the GPO verbatim or the manual I can't even get the word correctly, but like they should, you're supposed to investigate. And in this particular situation, they could have done a better job. And
Yeah.
it was a child involved, so, it was a really sensitive subject and, they need to make sure there are signs of life from this child if the people were.
Yeah, it was just it was interesting to me about like the child endangerment piece specifically, because for them to say, yeah, there was no mention of any child. We just showed up because there was a complaint about a dog and maybe some noise, and then we showed up. We didn't smell and some marijuana, and we didn't smell anything. We talked to one person who didn't really say much. Didn't pull up a translator.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Didn't even knock on the second door. The person who they talked to pointed to a house that they just didn't go to. Didn't do that either. Yeah, and I mean, watching the footage, it's odd because there's nothing on the footage that really even also explains what their mindset was. It was just they just didn't do it. He radios back and he asked for the dispatcher to I forget the exact language, but basically request another call back. He requested a call back. I think is what it's called. A call back to the original caller to see if they would want to talk to him. And in his interview, he said, "Well, I didn't want to just knock on the door because sometimes they don't want to talk to us." I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Chief. Yeah, I don't know if I'm buying that. You at least got to knock on the door and try. And if they don't want to talk to you, they'll tell you. At least in my experience, people generally don't have a problem telling police that they don't want to talk to them when they don't want to. Okay, I don't know if anybody else had any thoughts, but that's just what I was thinking as far as that one discrepancy with them saying we didn't get all this information, but then dispatch clearly shows that they relayed the info. I don't know if they were gonna try to say, our radios were messing up. It didn't seem like it. Okay, I won't draw now. I was just curious about that. Does anybody else have any other thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? Anybody want to make any motions? Okay, I will make the motions. All right, and OPS case number 2024-0194. For Officer Matthew Payne, badge number 1397. Regarding allegation. No, actually, for both officers. No, I'll do it separately. Sorry. Officer Matthew Payne, badge number 1397, for allegation A of lack of service, no service, and alleged violation of manual rule 4.18. I move for a finding of sustained. As the preponderance of the evidence, including interviews, WCS footage, and written reports, supports that the alleged conduct did occur, was inconsistent with division standards, and violated manual rule 4.18. Specifically, Officer Payne arrived to the scene along with his partner at the time, and they knocked on one door of a duplex building where only the building number was identified. They spoke with one person who did not indicate, or who indicated that there was an issue potentially at the next door neighbor's house, and did not follow up by either knocking on the other door at the address that was given to them, or further investigating the complaint of child in danger, and animal in danger, as well as noise complaints. Did not further investigate in any way by knocking on either door or doing any sort of follow-up, and instead choosing to leave the scene, and therefore did not provide sufficient service as required under Manual Rule 4.18. So again, this is a motion for a sustained finding.
Second that motion.
All right. That motion has been seconded by Member Moore. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right. We need a group level. You guys know I don't have it pulled up, so. Yes, group level 2.
Yeah. Okay. That doesn't exist in 1 or 3 as well, right? No, it doesn't.
It's not.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is very specific, so. Then, in that case, move for finding of a group level 2. Specifically per the disciplinary matrices language, under a call for service, failure to respond, investigate, arrest, and or properly clear. So of course, in this case, we're speaking of the failure to properly investigate. So again, my motion is for a group level 2 violation.
Second.
Seconded by member, I'll second from member, Vice Chair Mountcastle. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, same case 2024-0194. For Officer Stephen Pratt, badge number 2556, regarding allegation A, lack of service, no service, and alleged violation of Manual Rule 4.18. I move for a finding of sustained. As the preponderance of the evidence, including interviews, WCS footage, and written reports, supports that the allegation did occur, was inconsistent with division standards, and violated Manual Rule 4.18. Specifically, Officer Pratt failed to thoroughly investigate the child endangering call that he and his partner received, as specified in my prior motion, for what they did and, more importantly, did not do. So again, my motion is for a sustained finding.
Second.
Seconded by Vice Chair Mountcastle. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, I move for a finding of a group level 2 violation for the cause for service, failure to respond, investigate, arrest, and or properly clear under the disciplinary matrix. And in this case specifically, we're talking about the failure to properly investigate this call. So again, my motion is for a group level 2 violation.
Second.
Seconded by Vice Chair Mountcastle. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, we can move to the next one.
Next case is number 6 on the agenda, case number 2024-0206, Complainant is John Carver. Original investigator was James Oak, and it is being presented by Investigator Green.
The complainant, John Tarver, alleged unprofessional conduct, behavior, and improper procedure by Patrol Officer Sean Manzak, batch number 1235, on August 2nd, 2024, following a motor vehicle accident. It stated that the officer improperly issued him a citation, behaved abusively during their interaction, refused to obtain a statement regarding the accident, and threatened to arrest him. OPS recommends a finding of unfounded for allegation A, unprofessional conduct behavior. As preponderance of the evidence to include the officer's WCS supports the finding that the alleged conduct by the complainant did not occur. The evidence demonstrates that the officer did not refuse to take the complainant's statement, but instead relied on video evidence in fulfilling his duty. For allegation B, improper procedure, will be exonerated against Officer Sean Manzak, badge number 1235. The officer viewed the accident footage, confirmed the complainant's violation, and lawfully issued him a citation consistent with Manual Rules 4.18 and General Police Order 3.04.01, probable cause and warrantless arrest. That concludes this investigation, pending any questions.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Does anyone have any questions for our investigator? Okay, does anyone have any questions, comments, concerns, statements about the case? Okay, hearing none. Would anyone like to make some motions?
I'll make it.
All right, Member Willis.
For case number 2024-0206, regarding PO Sean Manzak, batch number 1235. Allegation A, alleged unprofessional behavior and conduct. I make a motion that we find this unfounded due to the preponderance of the evidence, including WCS footage, interviews, and written report established that the alleged conduct did not occur. The officer relied on his footage, and again, I recommend we make a motion for find this unfounded.
I second that motion.
All right, we have a motion for unfounded that has been seconded by member.
Has been seconded by Member Moore. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries.
Same case number 2024-0206 for allegation B, improper procedure. Same officer, badge number 1235. Allegation improper procedure regarding Manual Rule 4.18 GPO 3.0401. I make a recommendation that we find this exonerated due to the preponderance of the evidence, including interviews, WCS footage, and written report supports that the alleged conduct did occur. The officer looked at the accident footage and relied on that. However, the conduct was carried out in alignment with the standards outlined in the Manual Rules 4.18 GPO 3.04.01. Again, I make a motion that we find this exonerated.
I second that motion.
All right, we have a motion for exonerated that has been seconded by Member Moore. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, thank you. We can move to the next case.
Next case on the agenda is 7. It's case number 2024-0210 Oneida Sandato. Case was originally investigated by James Oak, and it's being presented by Investigator Green.
Okay, the complainant, Mr. Daniel, alleged improper procedure and unprofessional conduct by CDP Detective Marie Clark, badge number 1355, on July 19, 2024, during the execution of a search warrant related to a child endangerment investigation involving her grandson. The complainant alleged that officers improperly seized items that should have not been taken, and further alleged that law enforcement officials failed to execute search warrants against other involved parties. OPS recommends a finding of unfounded for allegation A, for improper procedure against Detective Marie Clark, batch number 1355, as a preponderance of the evidence to include the officer's WCS and the search warrant. document supports the finding that Detective Clark sees only authorized items related to the search warrant such as recording and electronic equipment per GPO 2.2.04 warrant service. For allegation B, it will be unfounded and professional conduct behavior against Detective Marie Clark as preponderance of the evidence to include officers WCS supports the finding that the alleged conduct did not occur per Manual Rules 5.09. That concludes this investigation pending any questions.
Your election.
All right, does anyone have any questions for our investigator? Thank you for the presentation. Anybody have any thoughts, questions, comments, concerns about the case in general? Okay. Anyone want to make any motions?
I'll make a motion.
All right, thank you, Member Skanovich.
In case number 2024-210, in regards to allegation A, improper procedure against Detective Marie Clark, badge number 1355, I make a motion that we find unfounded as Detective Clark was executing a valid search warrant and only took items that were listed within the search warrant in compliance with GPO 2.02.04.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for unfounded. Second.
Second.
Seconded by Vice Chair Mountcastle. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries.
Case number 2024-0210. An allegation B, unprofessional behavior conduct as to Detective Marie Clark, badge number 1355. I make a motion that this be unfounded as the preponderance of the evidence, including WCS, indicates that there was no unprofessional behavior or conduct and everything was consistent with Manual Rule 5.09.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for unfounded. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice Chair Mountcastle. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, move to the next case. Thank you.
Next case on the agenda is case number 8. It's case number 2024-0224. Complainant is Tonetta, Tonnetta Burney. Original investigator was James Oak, and this case is also being presented by Investigator Green.
Regulation like a service against CPD Officer Michael Kane, badge number 997. Officer David Morrison, badge number 917, September 17th. Stated officers failed to retrieve a personal item from a friend's home after entering the residence without his permission as they the home. OPS recommends a finding of exonerated for allegation A, like service, insufficient service. Officer Michael Kane, badge number 997. And Officer David Morrison, badge number 1017. The conference of the evidence gathered throughout the investigation. Of course, the finding that the alleged conduct assistance in 1.02, 4.03, and General Police Order 2.22.02, and that would be construction received.
All right, thank you for the presentation. Do we have any questions for our investigator? Does anybody have any thoughts, questions, comments, concerns about the case? All right, hearing none. Would anyone like to make any motions?
I'll make the motion.
All right, thank you.
Regarding case 2024-0224 for allegation A, lack of service, insufficient service regarding Manual Rules 2.01, 3.02, 4.03, and GPO 2.02.02 regarding Officer David Morrison, badge number 1017, who was, I let the record reflect, he was administratively dismissed. And PO Michael Kane Jr., badge number 997. Again, lack of service, insufficient service I make a motion that we find this exonerated due to the preponderance of the evidence, including interviews, WCS footage, and written reports. Supports the alleged conduct did occur. However, the conduct was carried out in alignment with standards outlined in the aforementioned manual rules and GPOs.
I second that motion.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for exonerated that has been seconded by Member Moore. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, thank you. We can move to the next case.
Next case, we're going to, number 13 on the agenda, 2024-0292. Complainant is Gabrielle Gruzel. Investigator Green, this is her case.
Okay, Ms. Grizel alleged lack of service and unprofessional conduct behavior against Officer Bryce Carmichael, badge number 1525, on December 2nd, 2024, stating that he was rude to her while conducting a breaking and entering investigation for an apartment complex she manages. She also states that officers failed to enter rental units to document property thefts and damages. OPS recommends a finding of unfounded for allegation A, lack of service, as preponderance of the evidence to include WCS recordings. They show that on December 2nd, 2024, Patrol Officer Carmichael and other CDP members responded to a service call at the location of 10560 Shaker Boulevard and completed an investigation for breaking and entering, criminal damaging, and theft, and completed an investigation consistent with Manual Rules 4.18 by gathering a statement of facts from the complainant, her partner, and witnesses on the scene. They investigated the complainant's inquiry of a broken down vehicle on the property and informed the complainant that the occupants were waiting for a tow. They also informed her that since she was a property manager and the parking lot was private property, she could initiate a tow to have the vehicle removed. The officer requested additional units to the scene and de-escalated verbal conflicts between the complainant's partner and other citizens on scene after the male accused others of being responsible for damaging the property. Officers also completed a walkthrough of the property, documented damages, and requested assistance of the Cleveland Fire Department when the complainant notified them of a suspected gas leak. For allegation B, unprofessional conduct behavior, that will be unfounded. As a preponderance of the evidence to include officers WCS supports the finding that the conduct alleged by the complainant did not occur in violation of Manual Rules 501, 508, and 509. Patrol Officer Carmichael and all CDP members that responded on the scene that day remained professional throughout the entire service call. That concludes the investigation pending any additional questions.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Does anyone have any questions for our investigator? All right, does anyone have any questions, comments, thoughts, concerns about this case? Okay, hearing none, would anyone like to make any motions?
I'll do it.
All right, thank you.
Regarding case number 2024-0292, allegation A, lack of service, insufficient service for regarding Manual Rule 4.08 against PO Bryce Carmichael, badge number 1525. I'm making a recommendation that we find this unfounded due to the WCS footage. Officers came out on December 22nd, 2024. They did interviews with the complainant as well as witnesses. So again, I'm making a motion that we find this one unfounded due to preponderance of evidence, including WCS footage, interviews, and written report established that the alleged conduct did not occur.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for unfounded. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Saganovich. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries.
All right, same case number for allegation B, unprofessional behavior and conduct in accordance with Manual Rules 5.01, 5.08, 5.09. Same officer, badge number 1525. I'm making a motion that we also find this unfounded. Again, the officers came out, they responded in a professional manner. They They did interview, complainant as well as witness. So due to the preponderance of the evidence, including WCS footage, interviews, and written reports, again, I make a motion that we find this unfounded.
Hold on. Where are you? I think you just jumped to a different spot. Okay, sorry. Continue.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for unfounded. Has been seconded by Member Saganovich. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. Okay, that's it, right? We can move on to the next case.
Yeah, before we move to the next case, just like to thank Investigator Green for stepping up. She just got done presenting 6 cases, 4 of which were not hers. So thank you.
You putting that work in. That's why it's hot like that.
I had to review everything for those cases, because I'm like, it would be unfair to speak about things I have no knowledge of. The expectation is to, come up here, and know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, we do
Okay.
appreciate that. And it is warm in here.
It is.
It is.
All right, I'm going to jump to case number 15. This is case 2024-0306. The complainant is Vera Brewer. Original investigator was Investigator James Oak, and it is being presented by Investigator Allison Davis.
Morning, everybody. Complainant Vera Brewer filed a report against police officer Christian Vaden, badge number 1380. Originally, the complaint was made to CDP on 12/23/2024 and assigned to OPS on 12/26/2024. On December 21st, 2024, Church of God in Christ on Kinsman Avenue had a community toy giveaway. Patrol Officer Christian Vaden, badge number 1380, was working the event in an off-duty capacity. Cleveland Auxiliary Officer Vera Brewer and her son Jordan Brewer were present for the event. Mr. Brewer was registered for the event to receive items for his children who were present with him at the event. However, they were walking around at the time with their aunt and grandmother. Officer Vaden told Mr. Brewer that he was not allowed to have the bags of toys for his children because they were not physically present with him at the time when he was attempting to leave the event. Mr. Brewer relayed that information to his mother, Miss Vera Brewer, about the incident, and she attempted to explain and diffuse the situation. However, the situation became more elevated. Miss Brewer went outside to bring the incident to the attention of Patrol Officer Jones. Officer Jones then went inside to attempt to address the situation and speak with P.O. Vaden to come to a resolution. However, Officer Vaden remained confrontational and agitated also while interacting with fellow Officer Jones. Witness statements determined that Officer Vaden violated CDP Manual of Rules 5.08 and 5.09, specifically 5.08 due to her actions causing other members who were at the event to leave early, and in violation of 5.09 due to the tone and aggressive nature of her words and actions towards Mr. Brewer, Ms. Vera Brewer, and fellow Officer Patrol Anthony Jones. Based on the investigation of the citizen complaint, the Office of Professional Standards recommends allegation A, unprofessional behavior and conduct against police officer Christian Vaden, badge number 1380, be sustained as a preponderance of the evidence to include the witness testimony supports a finding that the alleged conduct did occur and is in violation inconsistent with Manual Rules 5.08 and 5.09. Of note, due to the fact that she was operating in an off-duty capacity, there was no WCS footage in order to review. And with that, I will take questions.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Does anyone have any questions for our investigator? Is this your first presentation? Congratulations. Yeah, sure you don't have any like really tough questions? No? Yeah. Any questions, comments, concerns, statements about the case in general? I will say this is one where we don't have body camera footage, but we do have 3 three different witnesses who all have very similar accounts of what occurred here. And to be honest, even the officer herself, she didn't necessarily, I mean, she definitely said that she didn't think she was being unprofessional. But she also, it's not like she denied that there was something that occurred here and that there was an altercation might be strong, but that there was some sort of verbal disagreement that had occurred. Yep. Anybody else, thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? All right, hearing none, would anyone like to make motions?
I'll do it.
Okay.
For case number 2024-0306 for allegation A, unprofessional behavior / conduct regarding manual rules 5.08 and 5.09 regarding Officer Christian Vaden, badge number 1380. I recommend that we make an allegation of sustain for this one because the facts of the case, even though there were no WCS footage, another officer was there that tried to de-escalate the situation. The officer badge number 1380 continued to be confrontational. So again, I make a recommendation that we do sustains for this one be due to the preponderance of evidence, interviews, and written report supports that the alleged conduct did occur and was inconsistent with the division standards violated in the aforementioned manual rules.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for a sustained finding. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Moore. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, we will need a group level. There is language for discourtesy and rudeness.
Group one, discourtesy, rudeness.
You want to make a
I'll
motion?
make a motion that we do it for group one for discourtesy and rudeness.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion on the floor for a group level one violation that has been seconded by Member Moore. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, thank you. We can move to the next case.
Next case is going to be case number 9 on the agenda. It's case number 2024-0247, Meredith MERCEDITA Oliveras, OLIVERAS, Investigator Kabir.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
How y'all doing today? This is OBS case 2024-0247. The plaintiff is Mercedes Oliveras. The allegations are harassment and improper procedure. This case involves a parking dispute between neighbors that police were called for. Initially, when that call happened, Ms. Oliveras did not know why the police came to her home, and her complaint was that the officers asked her to move her car. The officers, and the only reason I found that out is because the officers were dispatched to the neighbor's house, and I was able to see that WCS video to indicate that that's why they were out there. So on September 30th, 2024, P.O. Thomasak and P.O. Best John were dispatched to the neighbor of Ms. Oliveras for a potential protection order violation due to Ms. Oliveras parking her car adjacent to her neighbor's property. However, there was no protection order violation because Ms. Oliveras had not been given proper notice. And this was confirmed when the police did the check that she had not been served yet. The dispute over the parking was determined to be a civil issue. Ms. Oliveras did provide some information to the police, but it was not a survey, but that property survey she provided was like from the internet. So it wasn't a city official property survey. So the police did ask her to she moved the vehicle. In the past, they had asked the neighbor to move the vehicle too, and we found out through investigation. And lastly, she believed that the neighbor has ties to 2nd District Captain Ham, and that's why the police were coming to her house. We were able to discover through the investigation that the only conversation that they had with Detective Ham was that Detective Ham was used to, because the escalation was getting higher and higher, so Detective Ham was going directly with her 2 times. They had 2 interactions, and that was their only time talking to Detective Ham. They had no previous history except for those 2 calls. Based on that, OPS recommends a finding of unfounded against allegation A for harassment against P.O. Zachary Tomaszak and P.O. Besjon. As for preponderance of evidence gathered throughout the investigation, supports the finding that the alleged conduct did not occur and the officer's actions were consistent with law. Cleveland Police General Order 1.07.08 bias free policing and training and procedures. Additionally, OPS recommends exonerated for allegation B, improper procedure against P.O. Zachary Tomaszak and P.O. Besjon. As for preponderance of evidence gathered throughout the investigation supports the finding that the alleged conduct did occur, but the officer's actions were consistent with law. Cleveland Police General Order 4.0401, community policing, officers training and procedures. That completes the investigation. Pending any questions.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Does anyone have any questions for our investigator? Okay, hearing none, does anyone have any thoughts, questions, comments, or concerns about the case? Okay, again, hearing none, would anyone like to make any motions? All right, I will make the motion. In OPS case number 2024-0247, for officers Domnori, badge number 233, and Tomaszak, badge number 939, for allegation A of harassment and alleged violation of GPO 1.07.08 and 5.05.02. I move for a finding of unfounded as the preponderance of the evidence, including WCS footage, interviews, and written reports, establishes that the alleged conduct did not occur.
I second that motion.
All right, the motion's been seconded by Member Moore. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, same case 2024-0247 for officers Domnori, badge number 233, and Tomaszak, badge number 939. This is for allegation B for improper procedure, alleged violation of GPO 4.04.07. I move for a finding of exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence, including interviews, WCS footage, and written reports, supports that the alleged conduct did occur and that the officers did approach the complainant at her home. However, the conduct was carried out in alignment with the standards outlined in the applicable GPOs and manual rules because they were there on a call. So again, this is a motion for exoneration.
I second that motion.
All right, that motion has been seconded by Member Moore. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. Okay, we move on to the next case.
Next case on the agenda appears as number 10. It's 2024-0260. Complainant is Sonia Sanders. The original investigator was James Oak, and this case is being presented by investigator Kabir. There is a note that the officer known as P.O. Harris, badge number 941, was promoted to Sergeant Harris, and his badge number is now 9370.
This is OPS case 2024-0260. The complainant is Sonia Sanders. The allegations are a lack of service. Ms. Sanders alleged members of the Cleveland Division of Police allowed individuals to steal items from her garage. On October 17, 2024, CP officers responded to a possible robbery. Mr. Albert Davison had called the police and requested assistance, an officer to remain on scene to help him remove his belongings from Mrs. Sanders' garage. Sergeant Daniel David interviewed Ms. Sanders, who stated that she knows Mr. Davison through a business dealing and as a notary. After the officer determined that this was primarily a civil dispute, Mr. Davison was allowed to remove the items from Ms. Sanders' garage. Ms. Sanders stated to officers and Mr. Davison that he was allowed to remove his belongings. Ms. Davison backed up a box truck and began removing the items from the garage. The officers did remain on scene to ensure safety. Ms. Sanders advised the officers that Mr. Davis was taking belongings that did not belong to him. Ms. Sanders was not able to provide any evidence to the officers that the belongings were hers. After loading the belongings into the box truck, Mr. Davidson requested that officers complete a robbery report for the other belongings that he alleged Ms. Sanders and his cousin had took from the garage. So the items that were in the garage, there was other things there, and Mr. Davidson is saying that there's things that need to be on the robbery report that she's already stolen from them. They did complete the report as requested. The Office of Professional Standards, in our analysis, recommends that the officers be exonerated for lack of service, as the officers' actions in evidence to include WCS footage finds that the alleged conduct did occur, but the officers' actions were consistent with law, Cleveland Division of Police General Orders, training, and procedures. That completes the investigation. Pending any questions?
All right, does anyone have any questions for our investigator? Does anyone have any questions, comments, concerns about the case in general they want to talk about? All right, hearing none, would anyone like to make any motions?
I will.
All right, thank you.
For case number 2024-0260, allegation A, lack of service, no service regarding manual rules 3.02, 4.01, and GPO 1.01.03 regarding Sergeant Daniel Davis, badge number 9140, Sergeant Quentin Harrison, badge number 9370, and PL Cecilia Kochever, badge number 864. I am making a recommendation that we find this exonerant due to the preponderance of evidence, including interviews, WCS footage, written reports support that the alleged conduct did occur regarding the aforementioned manual rules and GPOs. However, the conduct was carried out in alignment with those specific standards. Again, lastly, I'm making a motion that we find this exonerated.
Second that motion.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for exonerated that has been seconded by Member Moore. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, move on to the next case.
The next case on the agenda is 2024-0261. Complainants Quinton Banks and Timothy Davis. This case was originally investigated by Investigator James Oak. It's being presented by Investigator Kabir.
This is OPS case 2024-0261. Complainant is Deanna Banks and Timothy Davis. The allegations were harassment and improper procedure. The complainants operate a mobile food truck, and they were alleging that Sergeant Harris used improper procedure when he advised them that they were not allowed to operate at the location where they were operating at on several times during the dates of October 19, 2024. The first encounter happened at 12:02 a.m. Sergeant Harris approaches the food truck and instructs them that they need to shut his truck down. Ms. Davis' food truck was parked at 700 St. Clair Avenue next to the parking garage. The location has a no stopping enforcement between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., and the complaints were within the operating hours. Additionally, on that date, the complainants called for a supervisor because they were experiencing being told they could not park somewhere. They were parked. This time it was on 9th Street. They were told they could not park there. And then again, Sergeant Harris responds, tells them that they cannot park there. However, they were the complainants were in a legally parked spot. The meter was being paid, and they were operating in accordance with City Ordinance 2413, which is mobile food shops, and they can operate on sidewalks between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. But for residential parking, we interviewed Sergeant. Sergeant stated that he had gotten frustrated with them parking. He says that a lot of the food trucks downtown cause a lot of problems and you have issues with food trucks. However, once the officers told him this, the complainant asked, "Why do I need to move?" And the officer responded to him, "Because I am." Essentially, I am telling you, the authority is coming from me, not any guidance or regulation. He said, "Because I am saying it." The complainant asked for his driver's license, and again, he asked, "Well, why are you needing my driver's license if I am not breaking any laws or breaking these things?" And he said, "If you would like to give me a parking ticket for being in violation, just give me a ticket. You don't need to provide my license," which was correct. The Ohio Revised Code only specifies 4 reasons why officers can request a license from an individual, and this was not one of the reasons why the license was requested. The complainant did believe that the officer was harassing them, and by telling him that, "Hey, you are causing a nuisance, and we have went to the city to change policy about you specifically." We did contact the city, Investigator Oak did contact the city and enforcement, and they did say they were talking about changing the policies because there is confusion with these mobile trucks. Officers do have the authority to tell mobile trucks to remove if there is a public disorder, if there's any sense of public safety, they can move. But in these particular cases, there was no public safety issues that required them to be moved, and then the officer using his own authority as opposed to the city regulations. Based on that, for harassment, OPS recommends sustained because upon evidence to include the officer's WCS recordings and complaints provide support footage that the alleged conduct occurred and the officer was in violation of GPO 1.07.08, which is bias policing, and Manual 3.01, interfering with lawful business of Mr. Davis and his food truck. Additionally, for allegation B, improper procedure against Sergeant Harris, it be sustained as positive evidence to include the officer's WCS recordings, complaints provided footage, supports a finding that the alleged conduct occurred and the officer's actions were in violation of City Ordinance 24.38 and 2437, which is mobile food truck regulations and location restrictions. That completes the investigation. Pending any questions.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Does anyone have any questions for our investigator? I do. All right, remember again.
Officer indicated that he did talk to a superior regarding this. Right? Am I wrong about that?
He did mention that he was going to go to the actual office that he recommended him to go to via the investigation was the Assistant Commissioner of Cleveland Division of Assessment and Licenses. So he was the one who confirmed that the food truck. So once we got the regulation, we called them to confirm the regulation because on the regulation it says it can be dated or can be modified by this office. So the office was essentially saying that we were in the process of updating the regulation. What that update is going to be, we are not aware of yet. But as of the current violation, this was the regulation that was in place.
But the officer talked to his superior command officer regarding this earlier in the day, had he not?
Yeah, but the issue wasn't necessarily about the food, it was about the locations of the parking. But as far as the violations, there was no violation of the parking that they were enforcing.
I understand that. I know that there's the regulation.
Yeah.
There's the food truck regulation. There's the parking enforcement.
Yes.
Is he allowed to park there?
Yes.
Is he allowed to be open? So all those seemed like he could be there till 3 a.m. My understanding, though, was that Officer Harris had spoke with his superior and told him about this situation. Am I wrong about that? Did I miss that?
I don't think so.
No, I didn't get that part. What I got was that he said he was going to take this to City Hall. So essentially, like, I'm going to go above because Sergeant Harris was actually called in to be the supervisor at that particular incident. So the supervisor was called, but he was the supervisor who came out there. That's when he was explaining the frustration because he said in his interview, he said he had become frustrated with food trucks. Essentially, his personal opinion was that food trucks were causing a problem downtown, and he didn't want him parking where he was parking at. That was what.
Okay. Is there anything that's allowable by an officer? In this case, I think his defense is if it brings in an unwelcome element and it's a mess at 2 a.m, and we don't want him there. I mean, that's basically what he was trying to enforce, his own belief that this caused problem.
Well, I wouldn't get into his beliefs, but I think that there was a challenge between, because he says in the past he's worked with him many times. He said he's tried to find spots for them to park at that were okay. There are some issues between private property and public property disputes, where on private property there are regulations applicable, but the owner of the property has to give you permission to park at that location. So there are some stipulations where the business could have, hey, you own the bar, do you mind if I park in your parking lot, sell food? Yes.
This was public, and the
Yes.
officer wasn't saying I'm kicking him off of private property. The
That's
officer
right.
was saying these food, I think generally, he said the food trucks at 2 a.m. cause problems,
Essentially.
right? We want them out of here. That was essentially his defense.
Yes.
Is there a valid defense of a police officer saying this is causing a problem for the public, it's causing a problem for, the community, so I'm trying to address that concern? And I guess what I would liken it to is I'm allowed to stand on a sidewalk at 2 a.m. If there ends up a bunch of people standing there, even if we're not causing a problem, isn't an officer allowed to say, hey, we don't need people standing here at 2 a.m, folks, move it along? Okay, there might not be a law that says I can't stand there at 2 a.m, but the officer, do they have discretion to say, I'm trying to stop a problem before it occurs, which is what he's contending that, right?
Essentially.
I'm not saying he's right or wrong in that. I'm just saying, what's his contention, and is he allowed to do that?
So part of the issue was if there's a public safety issue, yes. If there's a fight, if there's a public nuisance, then yes, they can do it, but it can't be arbitrary and capricious. And I think that was the issue that they were running into, is that it can't say, hey, I don't like you now. There was nothing wrong with the officer saying, hey, there is a public safety issue. I would like to go to the appropriate agency to address this issue, but telling the complainant that you're the reason we're changing the policy because you specifically, to make it seem like he's being targeted, like they're changing policy because of me, which is something we don't want officers to do, to say that you're changing the policy. It is them.
I'm talking about something different here. I'm not talking about whether the officer was being unprofessional or seemed to be, going after this guy because this guy just kept coming back and parking. The officer was contending that these food trucks late night cause I don't know his exact words, but he was saying they cause a public safety issue. People come around, there's always, we can imagine that at 2 a.m, it's people filing out of bars. They've got their beer muscles on, and hey, I was in line before you to get the hot dog or whatever, that there just becomes issues with the food trucks being there late night. And it seems that his defense was, these are causing a problem. I was stopping the problem by getting them out of there. I don't think that he was saying what they were doing is against the law, they can't be there. Maybe
he was saying,
well, he was
in one sense, he said you can't be here where he was legally parked at.
His defense, I don't think he was saying, I don't know, am I wrong? Was he saying, I'm shooing you out of here because you're illegally parked? Or I'm shooing you out of here because, in fact, I know he said, you're bringing a bad element to this area. Or it's the people. In fact, he said, I believe, it's not that you're here, it's the people that you're attracting here at this time of the night, or something along those lines.
And I would just compartmentalize it a little bit, because there were several interactions and several statements being made through each interaction. So when the complainant asked him essentially, why are you here? The complainant asked him specifically, why are you having me move? I'm not doing anything wrong. His response was, I am. Because I am, like, which was essentially he did not go into the food issues until afterwards because the complainant began to protest. Essentially, why do I have to move? I'm doing the right thing. When he asked for his driver's license, then it became a little more contentious because when he asked for his driver's license, he was like, well, you need a license to give me a ticket if I'm parked illegally. You can just do it. But then he said he took a picture of it as if to say, like, watching you or something. So I think that was the different issue. But the other issue, the first issue of the night was, I don't want you down here, essentially. Now, his rationale later on at the interview, to your point, he brought up that in his interview, he talked about the nuisances and him having to break up fights at food trucks. And to your point, if he was being proactive, and he just didn't do it in a way that was in compliance with the state.
And to be fair, I don't know that the officer has the ability to kind of unilaterally just decide that, oh, there are going to be no food trucks on this corner now because it causes issues.
I'm not saying can he unilaterally decide a law, but can an officer be proactive and tell somebody or anybody, you being here is causing a problem. You've got to scoot along.
I don't think so. If there's not an active problem going on, I don't think so. Now, I don't know if you guys have different interpretations of that.
From a legal perspective, you need probable cause, reasonable articulable suspicion. If you don't have probable cause or reasonable articulable suspicion that a crime is committed, it's about to be committed, or will be committed, essentially the interaction could be. But to your point, the officer can share his opinion with the citizen. To your point, they have freedom to share their opinions. However, when they use their opinion and their power in an unlawful way or in a coercive way, it can be used as it can come across as not following manual rules and procedures. In this specific case, there was no reasonable articulable suspicion to even approach the individual in the first place. So it was a consensual encounter until it became investigatory. Once they saw that there was no criminal activity, they should have broken away and went about normal business. But they could have a consensual encounter where he was explaining to them, and the officer said that he became frustrated because if you tell somebody repeatedly over and over time, you get more frustrated. And he said he became frustrated, and that's why he told him that we're changing the policy because of you specifically. And
I guess that's I'm not proposing that an officer can arrest somebody because they're standing on the sidewalk or whatever. What I'm trying to understand is what are the powers of an officer to say, he's essentially saying, this is a known problem. And the known problem is after 2 a.m, people come out of the bars to this food truck and we're always having problems there. So I don't want them there. That's what he's saying. I don't want them there.
Yeah, I don't think he gets to make that call.
So he's contending. I'm not passing judgment on whether or not he just had it in for this guy or, whatever. He's contending. As an officer, I'm trying to stop a problem before it happens because this problem continues to happen. I don't want it to happen. It's 2 a.m. If this food truck's here, I know we're going to be back here at 2:45 because half the time we are because people are going to fight. I want to just nip it in the bud. Is he allowed to do that?
I don't think so. I think he has to go through the channels that he went through, which is you go ask somebody else to put in some sort of legislation in place that stops it. I don't think that he can just, even if it's not just unilateral, even if there's other officers involved, I don't think that he can do that. I think he has to go through other channels to make sure that now people can't be on that corner.
And just to follow to your point, the way the city ordinance is written, it says this. It says requirements of all mobile food trucks shall obey any lawful order police officer to remove himself or herself and his or her vending device entirely from the sidewalk to avoid congestion or obstruction during an emergency. And I think when it comes to lawful, so essentially, if the officer is giving someone a lawful command to move a food truck or you're blocking traffic, you're doing something inappropriate of the law, it would be lawful to tell them to move. If they're not breaking the law, it would not be lawful to give them a command to do something that the law doesn't specify, give you the authority or discretion. The officer discretion didn't involve the time frame that you could be at the working in your business, which is why the manual rule says officers should not interfere with business, and the manual 3.101 says the interference is the issue, not the actual action of the officer, meaning that he only has the ability to interfere with the business for a lawful reason. Absent of that, and pre-crime isn't a lawful reason. Cognition, because you have another issue when you run into those issues. Because if you take that thinking to its logical conclusion, others can see me and say, "Hey, I think you actually crime," and that could create a slippery slope.
I understand, yeah.
Jeff,
I
you
the
have,
suits always cause a problem down here.
yeah.
Beat it, but forget it.
Jeff, did you have something?
I just want to interject that a law enforcement officer can't just arbitrarily, from a subjective standpoint, impose removing somebody's legal right to be somewhere or to be doing something because they, look at this slippery slope. The group of people that are showing up here cause problems. That we don't want to be doing that. The law prohibits that. You have to have articulable, specific facts to justify your actions. If you don't have, if you have a nuisance, there's a process for that, going through nuisance
That's what I was gonna bring
abatement.
up.
If you have an unlawful assembly to where people congregated for specific purposes, you can declare an unlawful assembly, people have to leave. But absent all of that, you can't do that.
To his expected end here. If at 2:45, fights keep breaking out around this food truck, now we have a nuisance, a problem. Now he may have a lawful right to say, you've got to beat it because this is causing,
And just for
it's causing a problem.
but just for
Having a
for clarification, the hours they can operate 24/7. The 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. provision is only for sidewalk operation, so they are operate 24/7 in legally parked spaces.
Diana?
I just have a question about the GPO that's cited. It's the bias-free policing GPO.
Yep. That's 1.07.08.
Yeah, and if we sustain a violation of GPO 1.07.08, is it an automatic
Like a presumption of termination?
presumption?
I think it's based on,
That's just my question.
no, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. One, I think it has to be what the bias is based on. And if it's based on some sort of classification, that is a protected classification, is my understanding. And then two, then the other one is about carrying out commands based on that bias in particular.
Is there?
So I don't think there would be a rebuttable presumption of termination if we sustain GPO 1.07.08. That's assuming that we do. Which admittedly, I don't know that I would.
I don't know if I'd put that one in there.
I don't know that I would put this for that because and maybe me to pull up the exact language of GPO 1.07.08. But my understanding is that it is more so about policing based on like some sort of prejudice against some sort of protected class, not just I don't like that one person for a very specific reason to that person, not to any class that they occupy. If I don't like this person because I keep having issues with this particular person, I don't think that speaks to the spirit of what GPO 1.07.08 calls for.
And I think the reason that GPO was selected because it does, to your point, it specifies harassment of a group, but there is the idea that the harassment, that the characterization of the complaint is the complaint said he was harassed, as opposed to for the continual encounters.
Yeah.
But that was the closest as far as verbiage wise.
Right. I mean, in general, I'm glad you brought it up, Diana, but in general, I was gonna just talk about how I'm kind of apprehensive about the harassment element of this anyway. I get why it's here, because because the officer was pretty heavy-handed about saying, like taking a picture of the ID and claiming that I'm going to send a citation to you. I'm going to send you a summons, which we've run across this before. This idea of officers sending out summons, they're only supposed to do that if they can't serve you directly. So to be in someone's face and tell them I'm going to serve you a summons is almost automatically in error. So there's something here. I don't know if harassment is the right way to frame it.
Didn't they have several encounters or more than one encounter?
Yeah, definitely two is what we discuss here, right? The
That
two
was
encounters.
the complainant mentioned the two, but the officer in his interview talked about more encounters. Where he,
This
with this specific driver
That would be harassment.
telling him, and that's part of the issue. He says that
But the officer said the other interactions were a lot more like friendlier encounters.
yeah, so he said that, hey, we passed, hey, I've helped him find spots, essentially, you know, tried to be accommodative. But that was only learned through the interview. That wasn't shared with us by the complainant.
You know, if I could, this goes right down the line of what I spoke about earlier when we're looking at what was the intent here. Was this sergeant trying to act in the best interest of public safety because of his belief that things escalate and he may have some information about all of that? So I would caution the elevated consideration of harassment because that's probably more nuanced or caused by perhaps his misunderstanding of what his authority is and misunderstanding of the ordinance and his authority to ask them to leave rather than harassment in and of itself. If that makes sense, it's very nuanced. So it's,
yeah, I think that's kind of where my thought process was, and I told you I was going to use this today: misfeasance versus malfeasance, right? So this idea that this officer has a mistake of the mind, right, not understanding the law that he's operating under, and because of that, he continuously tells this person that he's breaking a law that actually doesn't exist. Versus the malfeasance would be more so, I don't like this guy. I really don't like the food he's selling. I think his hot dogs suck. And so I don't want him on my corner, right? Even though I know I can't get him off my corner, I don't want this guy on my corner. That would be more so what I would consider like the harassment, malfeasance, and why so kind of that seriousness of, especially of the GPOs that we're using here. And so that's kind of where my thought process is. And I get that this was like multiple occurrences, so I understand why we're discussing the harassment, but I think because it is based on the officer's kind of genuine misunderstanding of what the law was, and I do think that at the heart of what he was doing, he was trying to solve this problem of 245 people are congregating and it's creating an issue. Does that mean that he was right? No. Does that mean I want to sustain the allegation for improper procedure? Absolutely. But I think for the harassment, that's what gives me pause, is that I don't know that he was, that the spirit of the harassment, if that makes sense, the rule of harassment is what it was met here. But
The conduct of, maybe not rise to the level of harassment, but you might consider 5.01 conduct that diminishes the esteem of the police department, where his repeated asking for things that he's not allowed to have and his comments.
Yeah, stop all that whining.
Yeah.
you're right.
As opposed to the harassment under the GPO bias policing.
Yeah, conduct unbecoming, unprofessional.
They look like they was two friends.
Yeah, the officer claimed that like we were actually kind of friendly. This was just the one time it got kind of contentious. And it seemed like the complainant, that was not his experience, which I think sometimes when you're wielding power in the way that officers can, you can get a skewed view of how your interactions with people are.
Another question then.
Yeah, Diana.
So that maybe we'd exonerate the harassment because he did say the complainant mentioned harassment, so we'd have to deal with that, right? But we could add.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So we still need to make a motion on the harassment.
Right, but could we add in and make a motion, even though it's not one of the allegations of unprofessional conduct? Or do you amend the harassment and call it unprofessional conduct? I don't know which way to go.
I think for the sake of clarity, I would say let's keep the allegation for harassment and adjudicate it. And then we'll add an allegation C for conduct unbecoming, unprofessional behavior, unprofessional conduct under 5.01. So that way, yeah, we're still addressing the behavior. Particularly like, what was that statement again that he made? Oh,
Stop that whining.
Yeah, stop that whining. That's understood.
I think I busted out laughing.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. All right. Any other questions, comments, thoughts, concerns about this case? See, guys, sometimes we do talk. You were thinking it. Robust discussion. That was 20 minutes worth. That covered like all the other cases. Okay. With that, I'll make the motions unless somebody else really wants to make them. Okay. In case number 2024-0261 for Officer David Harris, badge number 9146. Regarding allegation A of harassment and alleged violations of manual rules 3.01 and GPO 1.07.08. I'm going to move for a finding of exonerated as a preponderance of the evidence, including interviews, WCS footage, and written reports, supports that the alleged conduct did occur. In that the officer did on multiple occasions approach the complainant and ask him to move his vehicle, his food truck, and it was not in accordance with any law, and it was not a lawful command. Additionally, the officer did take a picture of the complainant's ID, as well as make multiple kind of inflammatory statements. However, this conduct does not rise to the level of a harassment violation as outlined in 3.01 and GPO 1.07.08. So therefore, I am also at particularly the spirit of those statutes or those rules, because the officer believed that they were in accordance with those GPOs and was attempting to keep public safety in mind when it came to regulating the food trucks. I know that was a little bit lengthy, but I did want to kind of specifically explain why. Again, my motion is for exonerated.
Second.
Seconded by Member Siganovich. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, same case, 2024-0261. Same officer, Sergeant David Harris, badge number 9146. This is for allegation B for improper procedure. For code enforcement 241.37 and 241.38. And I move for a finding of sustained as the preponderance of the evidence, including interviews, WCS footage, and written reports, supports that the alleged conduct did occur, was inconsistent with division standards, and violated the aforementioned codes, as well as applicable GPOs and rules. Specifically, the officer requested, not just requested, but really gave an order that the complainant move their food truck without any lawful reason for them to move the food truck, despite the fact that the officer's intent was to keep the public safety in mind. There actually was no lawful reason for the complainant to have to move his vehicle. So issuing well, not even issuing that citation, but issuing that order and also threatening that citation and other citations was improper. So again, my motion is for a sustained finding.
Second.
Seconded by Member Siganovich. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, one more allegation. This is going to be 2024-0261. Same officer, David Harris, badge number 946. And it's going to be regarding an added allegation of allegation C for unprofessional conduct and conduct unbecoming in violation of GPO 5.01. And I move that this be sustained as the preponderance of the evidence, including WCS footage, written reports, and interviews, supports that the alleged conduct did occur, was inconsistent with division standards, and violated the aforementioned GPOs. Specifically, Officer Sergeant Harris made a number of disparaging comments to a complainant, including stop that whining, and also took a picture of complainant's identification while threatening to send him a summons for a for an alleged violation that did not occur. There was no lawful reason to do so, and also had approached complainant multiple times on this same issue. Sergeant Harris admitted that he had become frustrated, which is understandable. But at the same time, we do believe that this conduct does rise to the level of a violation of GPO 5.01. So again, my motion is for a sustained finding.
Friendly amendment.
Yes.
I think it's manual rule 5.01.
The manual rule. Sorry.
GPO.
Yep. I will accept that friendly amendment,
And I'll
that this is
second
manual rule 5.01, not GPO 5.01. So with that, my motion is for a sustained finding of a violation of manual rule 5.01, conduct unbecoming.
Second.
All right, we have a second from Member Saganovich. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. Oh, I skipped the group level. What you guys should stop me. I know I'll be going fast, but y'all could be saying no. No. Okay, so backing up, on the group level for the sustained finding of allegation B, which was the improper procedure for improperly issuing an order for complainant to move and also improperly threatening him with a violation or with citation. Anybody find anything? I was gonna say there's an unsatisfactory performance. Okay, I move that this can be considered as a group level 1 violation for unsatisfactory performance. I'll leave it there.
Second.
Seconded by Member Saganovich. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, and then we need a group level for the conduct unbecoming. There's discourtesy, rudeness.
Actually, conduct unbecoming, if you call it that, is in group level 2.
I don't think it is.
I don't know if I feel like this should be a group level 2, but I'm open if anybody else strongly feel like this should be a group level 2. I'm going to make a motion that we
Discourtesy and rudeness.
we consider this a group level 1 violation for discourtesy and rudeness. We do not feel that this rises to the level of a group 2 violation. So again, the motion is for a group 1 violation. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice Chair Mountcastle. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. Okay, we have 3 cases left, right? 2 cases? 12 and 14?
Online. It's another case. It's not on the agenda.
There was one that was removed. So you may have gotten to it before they removed it. I think there was a case that was removed not so long ago from the list.
Maybe the first one.
Okay, well, yeah, we're not gonna do it.
It's the one we're not doing.
It's not on the agenda.
I believe it's actually a complaint that parallels one that we adjudicated today. It's about the parking dispute.
Okay.
And it wasn't a good idea because the one that we didn't board, she's probably going to be here when it's adjudicated. We didn't want to have a problem with them both being here, as well as.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
To
Okay.
ask for a couple clarifications to help resolve this problem. So
Okay.
I thought it was best to move it back.
All right, so we have 12 and 14 left. Is that right? Okay. Yeah, let's try to get through those before we go to break. I know we're like pushing late, but it's 2 cases. So
That's based on the agenda 12, it's based on the 4-0277, and it's Matthew, Katie, and Katie.
This is OPS case 2824-0277, complainant Matthew Minky. The allegations are a lack of service and unprofessional behavior. The Office of Professional Standards received a complaint from Mr. Minky on November 6, 2024. In his complaint, Mr. Minky stated that he was attacked by approximately 25 people with weapons at Jack's Casino on July 28, 2023. Mr. Minky alleged that the police failed to do anything and refused to provide him a video of the incident. Mr. Minky did not provide a date, time, or description of any officers involved. OPS attempted to conduct an interview with Mr. Minky. In the interview, he stated that the officers did an exemplary job for him. However, he stated he had a complaint against an officer who attempted to hit him with a car in a back alley. Mr. Minky stated that an unmarked police car, be the RTA, CDP, or FBI, tried to run him over while he was attempting to pick up loose change on July 27, 2023. Ms. Minky stated that the two officers in the vehicle were white males. OPS identified the officers who provided the service to Mr. Minky after he was attacked outside the casino. Patrol officers Frederick and Tooley were able to create a report for Mr. Minky. The two officers offered to transport Mr. Minky back to his hotel to ensure he arrived safely. The two officers heard what had happened to Mr. Minky and immediately asked him if he wanted medical attention. Mr. Minky declined the attention, but continued to make gestures to his face. The officers provided Mr. Minky with a police report for his assault, and the two officers did provide the ride back to the hotel due to fear of his life, fear of danger for his life. On seeing the police report and his safe travel, Mr. Minky stated those interviews that he had no complaint against Officers Frederick and Officer Tooley, but wanted the video footage of the interaction. During the review of the WCS footage, there is no indication of Mr. Minky requesting body camera footage from the officers. Mr. Minky is able to request the body camera footage via public records request. Patrol officers Frederick and Tooley did not, were in accordance with general rules when they 4.107 investigated the allegations of brought to their attention. OPS recommends for the allegation A, a lack of service, that the officer be exonerated. As a positive evidence to include WCS footage finds that the alleged conduct did occur, but the officer's actions were consistent with law, Cleveland Division Police General Orders, training, and procedures. Additionally, according to OPS Rule 703B, unidentified officers, instances where a diligent investigation fails to produce the identity, name, badge number, and or zone call assignment of a specific subject number, the assigned investigator will promptly notify the complainant of the inability to pursue charges against the employee who cannot be identified. Therefore, 2.40207, allegation B for unprofessional behavior, conduct, recommended being administratively dismissed based on the aforementioned rules. This completes the investigation. Pending any questions.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Does anyone have any questions for our investigator? All right. Anybody have any questions, comments, concerns, or statements about the case? Would anyone like to make any motions?
I will.
All right, thank you.
For case number 2024-0277, allegation A, lack of service, no service, manual rule 9.01 regarding PO Claire Fredericks, badge number 562, and PO Jordan Cooley, badge number 954. Again, for the lack of service, no service, manual rule 9.01, I am making a recommendation of exonerated because of the preponderance of evidence, including interviews, WCS footage, and written reports, supports that the alleged conduct did occur. In the interview, there was no date, time, or description of officers. The officers were courteous enough to offer transport and offer medical attention. However, the conduct was carried out in alignment with the standards outlined in the aforementioned manual rule.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for exonerated. Can we get a second?
Second.
Seconded by member Saganovich. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? One abstention from member Moore because he was not in the room for the entirety of the presentation. That motion carries.
Regarding allegation B, let the record reflect that the unprofessional behavior conduct regarding manual rules 5.01, 5.08, 5.09, the OPS action, it was administratively dismissed due to the fact it is an unidentified officer.
All right, sounds good. We are good with that case. We can move on to the next case.
Okay, this is case number 14 on the agenda. It is the last case. It is 2024-305. Complainant is Fran Dinato, Didonato. Investigator Kabir is presenting. This is his case.
Again, this is OPS case 2024-0305. The complainant is Fran Donato and the allegations improper procedure. On December 23rd, 2024, Officer of Special Standards was contacted by Fran Donato, who alleged members of the Cleveland Division of Police used improper procedure to disperse a group of juveniles who had been involved in a physical altercation. The officers did use their vehicles' sirens to help disperse the crowd. However, the tactics that they used were in accordance with training and procedures. This is one of those cases where I was actually able to talk to the complainant and explain to her what happened was there was a fight, but the crowd had dispersed. And when the police initially arrived on scene, everybody was going everywhere, and they were using their horns to essentially disperse the crowd. The complainant believed that the vehicles got too close to the individuals while they were dispersing them. So in the proximal, they were too close. I did interview the officer. So there was three vehicles there. One of them were community engagement officers and community engagement officers were just there to support because they don't, are in their capacity. But the officer that was on duty stated that at the time that they arrived on scene, the majority of the crowd had already dispersed. And people further confirmed with another patrol who stated they had not seen the children. The patrol separated and then began looking for the altercation with negative results. So essentially they were dispatched, but when they got to where they were at, they couldn't find the fight. So they were driving, and the body camera footage captured them driving around looking for the actual interaction. When they came across Mr. Nato, he sent us pictures, but there was no actual WCS video because they had terminated the actual response when they couldn't find the juveniles. And based on that, the Office of Professional Standards recommends exonerated against P.O. Kyler Rutherford for improper procedure, as the alleged conduct did occur, but the actions were consistent with law, Cleveland Division of Police General Orders, training, and procedures. That completes the investigation and opinion questions.
Thank you for that presentation. Does anybody have any questions for our investigator? Does anybody have any thoughts, questions, comments, or concerns about the case? Anybody want to make any motions?
I'll make it.
All right, thank you.
For case number 2024-0305, allegation A, improper procedure regarding manual rule 4.08. P.O. Caleb Rutherford, badge number 1294. Again, improper procedure, manual rule 4.108. I am making a motion that we find this exonerated due to the preponderance of the evidence, including interviews. There was no WCS footage. However, the officer's comment said he used horns, sirens, and they were used to control the crowd, even though the complainant didn't have a clear understanding of that. And they also made an attempt to find the juvenile suspects unsuccessfully. However, the conduct was carried out in alignment with the standards outlined in Manual Rule 4.08. Again, I make a motion that we find this exonerated.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for exonerated. Can I get a second?
Second that motion.
seconded by member Moore. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I have to abstain because I know the complainant.
We have one abstention from member Skanovich. All those in favor, oh, we already did that. That motion carries. Okay, with that, we have completed our cases.
Before you go to break, I'd like to note that Investigator Kabir handled 5 cases,
Here we go.
3 of which were not his, stepped up to the plate, so thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. We appreciate it.
And I also want to note before you go to break that I don't believe you met Elizabeth Bagley, our new data analyst. I think this is her first meeting here. So
Welcome. Thank you. We look forward to all the numbers. Look forward to all the data. That's how we prove that we're doing what we're supposed to do. Okay, is there, before we break, let me see if there's anything where I need additional people on. Okay. No, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get us into executive session. I will list the people who will be in executive session. And anybody else, we're not going to need. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. I move for executive session for personnel, employment, and discipline matters to be considered. And that we invite, in addition to the board and our counsel, Mark Chimo from the Office of Human Resources, Jessica Watson from the Office of Professional Standards, and Jeff Winninger from the Office of Professional Standards. Is there anyone else that anyone thinks I should add to this motion? Okay. So I think she counts as counsel. I think your whole office counts as counsel. But just in case, we'll add Acadia Paleko as well. I actually need to add her to mine. Okay. So with that, we have to do a roll call vote. Brandon Brown. Aye. Kenneth Mountcastle.
Aye.
Diana Saganovich.
Aye.
David Gatton.
Aye.
Edwin Moore. Waverly Willis.
Aye.
All right, that motion passes. So we will now enter executive session. Jeff and Jessica will start the executive session, and then we'll let you guys know when we want you in. So we're going to take a 30-ish minute break. We'll come back at 1:30 to start exec session. And then I'm assuming the portion without you guys will only be a few minutes. So you guys can expect to be called in at like 1:40-ish, 1:45-ish at the latest. Yeah. We are back on, are we back on the record? We are back on the record. So sorry. It's 3:33. I have a meeting at 4. At least I had one. Okay. We have OPS status report. We are going to suspend that until next meeting. So just please keep note of these numbers and then we'll just add in the next numbers. NACO update. Our meeting is scheduled during NACO in November, so we are figuring out what we're gonna do about our November meeting. Also, every board member, check your emails. There's a sheet in there that Jalecia needs everyone to fill out and return to her. So please do that like today or tomorrow. Well, if you're going to NACO. If you're not going, don't worry about it. I think that's it. Yeah, double check your email to make sure that that's the form, but I think that's the form. Okay, so yeah, so if you haven't filled it out, make sure you fill it out because you want to make sure that you actually are registered. Chair and vice chair nominations, those are likely going, oh yeah, I already said that earlier. We're not gonna be doing those this meeting. We may not be doing them next meeting either. But we'll keep you up to date. Public comment. I do not think we have anyone here for public comment. All right. So that being said, I will now entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All right. Okay, seconded by Vice Chair Mountcastle for his last second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. We are now adjourned at 3:35. I'll do better. Or maybe I won't be here. Signing off.